Erie Arts and Culture works with the individuals and organizations that comprise our sector, with a goal of weaving culture and creativity in the fabric of everyday life, so that it is accessible to everyone in Erie County. We believe deeply that the work created through our sector has the ability to speak to the needs and interests of those who reside in northwestern Pennsylvania. We make investments to ensure that everyone is presented with meaningful opportunities to engage with the arts and humanities, whether educationally, socially, or economically. As an administrator of a cultural nonprofit, I start each year knowing that I have a mountain of challenges ahead of me. Some of the largest challenges center around fundraising. All cultural nonprofits must raise dollars to administer programs that are relevant to the community. In many cases, those are the easy dollars to raise. The more difficult dollars to raise are the funds necessary to cover operations, whether it be payroll, rent, utilities, or other overhead expenses. 2020 has proven to be a year full of especially challenging circumstances. These circumstances have resulted in both a reduction in income and an increase in expenses for cultural nonprofits. As we wind down the year, it's my pleasure to present to you our inaugural end-of-year variety show, co-created by Erie Arts and Culture, the Hagen History Center, the Experience Children's Museum, the Erie Philharmonic, the Erie Playhouse, and the Flagship Niagara League. The show was produced by Community Access Media. I hope you enjoy what we've developed for you, which features a range of arts and humanities segments that highlight just a little of what our region has to offer. I want to thank Erie Insurance for being the title sponsor of this evening's show. Our presenting sponsors include iHeartMedia and Lamar Advertising. Our supporting sponsors include Gannon University and Community Access Media. And our Friends of the Arts sponsors include Great Lake Insurance, Kidder Architects, First Energy Foundation, Whitethorn Games, the Whole Foods Co-op, Knox, McLaughlin, Gornell, and Senate, Lucky's Food Mart, Lucky's Speed Check gas stations, and Erie Bank. To all our sponsors, thank you for supporting our mission. If you believe in the transformative power of the arts and humanities, I ask that you please make a donation to our 2020 United Arts Fund. You can make your contribution by visiting erieartsandculture.org/UAF. You can also call in your donation at 814-452-3427. Lastly, you can mail a check to Erie Arts and Culture at 23 West 10th Street, Suite 2, Erie, PA 16501. Thank you for your support, and I hope you enjoy this evening's show.
Welcome, my name is Jake Bartko. I'm the Executive Director here at Community Access Media, and I want to give you a behind-the-scenes tour of some of the facilities and equipment that we used to produce today's variety show. First off, we have our HD production studio. As you can see around me, we have a lot of brand new equipment in here. First off, we have our Cyclorama green screen. This green screen was installed in January of 2020, and we've used this green screen on a variety of different shoots. Specifically for the variety show, we used it to announce some of the awardees. We used it for some of our intros, and it gives you the flexibility that you need so that you can superimpose any sort of image or video right behind you using this chroma key green screen. If you look above, you can see that we have a full lighting grid in here that can be interchanged and moved around based on what kind of shoot you're doing or what kind of set that you want. Outside of lighting, we have brand new 4K Blackmagic studio cameras. These cameras are taught in our HD production class. They give you the ability to zoom in, you can focus. You have a 10-inch 4K monitor up here for making sure that your picture is framed and your shot quality is up to par. Each of the cameras have a micro 4/3 interchangeable lens on the front. As you can see, cameras 1 and 3 have a zoom lens, and camera 2 over there has a wide angle lens for establishing your shot. We also have a brand new stage that can be used for a variety of content creation. Really, this space is for any type of creator, whether you're a videographer or a photographer, or you just want to come in here and record some audio. We really give you the flexibility to do so. All it takes is becoming a member of Community Access Media. If you follow me this way, I'll take you into our control room. So again, this control room is where the director would sit or the producer. Starting left to right, we have our ATEM software control on this monitor. This software control allows you to adjust your cameras that you saw out in the studio. You can ingest or add any of your lower thirds or media or graphics that you want to use on your shoot. And it also gives you the ability to switch between the cameras that you see out in that studio. Right now we have 4 cameras installed out in the studio that you can switch between. In the middle section of this rack, you see that we have some recording devices. You can record onto an SD card, onto a solid state hard drive, and you have the ability to live stream any of your content right to Facebook, YouTube, or any of the CAM channels. Lastly, you have a 16-channel audio board here for recording professional audio. You can plug in any of our 3 different mics we have. We have shotgun mics, we have handheld mics, and lavalier mics that are available for our studio. And last but not least, we have a PC so that you can run a script on our teleprompter, or you can run a countdown clock so that your talent has the awareness of how much time they have left on their shoot. Our next studio that we have is our podcasting studio. Now the podcasting studio gets me really excited because we've seen so much creative content being created right here over the past year. So a lot of those local Erie podcasts that you may listen to, a lot of them are created right here in this podcasting studio. So what we have right in front of us is 5 different microphones. These microphones can be recorded in isolation, so that gives you a lot more flexibility in your post-production process and a lot better professional sound. Those mics are running into a Lexicon audio board right here, and then running right into a PC that has the Adobe Audition software on it. So we record in isolation in the Adobe Audition software. Again, whether that's a podcast, a voiceover, any sort of professional audio that you want to record, you can do so right from this podcasting studio. And down this hallway is all of our post-production bays. So post-production is extremely important to any creative's final project. In each bay, we have a standing desk that's accessible to anybody that may be in a wheelchair, or if you're here for a long period of time, that actually gives you the flexibility to bring the desk up or down. On the desk, you have 2 27-inch curved monitors that give you the flexibility to have your timeline or your workspace on one side and your preview or some encoding going on the other side. Each of the booths has a high-end desktop here with a great video card and graphics processor. And it also has the Adobe Creative Cloud suite installed on each of the computers in our editing suites. So that gives you access to whether you're editing a video, an audio file, or even doing some work on some still photography or graphics. We give you professional quality software that you can use to create great content. Also, these editing suites give you the flexibility to do more than just editing. In each of them, we have a Marantz Professional all-in-one system right here that has a high-end webcam, it has a ring light, and it also has a microphone built right into it. A lot of our members use these Marantz systems for doing web streaming, so whether that's a Facebook Live video, whether that's a product testimonial on YouTube, or if you're doing an interview with somebody on Zoom, we give you a controlled environment to produce high-end video quality and audio quality right from these editing booths. So again, it gives you that flexibility to make sure that you can produce whatever you want right from the CAM facility. All right, and last but not least, if you follow me into this room, this is one of our community classrooms that we have. In front of us, we have a lot of our field equipment that is available to our members to go out and record on location. So starting right over here on the left, we have a tripod. Right below that, we have another tripod for an iPad or a tablet. We have LED light kits that give you professional quality light when you're out on location. We have wireless microphone kits by Asden. That's what I'm actually wearing today to record this video. We have DSLR kits, so we have some Nikon kits that allow you to take still photos or record video right from this camera. We have HD and 4K Panasonic camcorders. A lot of the camcorders were used to record some of the videos that you're going to see tonight on the variety show. And we also have some mobile devices that give you some stabilization and better audio while you're recording with your smartphone. So a lot of people use their iPhone or their Android devices to record their content today. So we just want to make sure that we're giving you the professional resources and tools that you need to record high-end content right on your phone. Again, all of these resources that you see right in front of you are available to anybody in the Erie community. All it takes is being a member of Community Access Media. And again, around you we have a television over here. It showcases some of our content that we produce for the community on YouTube. So we're producing a wide variety of things all across the community, whether that's a local event, whether that's a virtual meeting, or a live talk show, or a musician from our studio. You can see that right on all of our channels on YouTube, Facebook, or channel 1021 on Spectrum, channel 2 on VNet Fiber. Thank you so much for taking a behind-the-scenes tour with me, Jake, at Community Access Media. A lot of this stuff is accessible to anybody in the community, whether you're an individual person, a nonprofit organization, or a small business. We're really here to give you the tools and resources that you need to create and share the content that benefits the Erie community. So reach out to us. Our number is 814-454-2226. Visit our website at camerie.org, or check us out on Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram. Again, we want to be here as a resource for you to create awesome local content.
In 2019, Erie Arts and Culture formed the Chroma Guild to advance access to resources and opportunities for creative and cultural professionals of color. Antonio Howard is an artist who has been extremely involved with advancing the objectives of the Guild. During 2020, Antonio has been extremely active creating new works of public art in the Erie community, including murals located outside of Manasinoco and the Whole Foods Cooperative. During our next segment, Antonio will provide instructions on how to paint a simple still life.
Hello, my name is Antonio Howard. I refer to myself as Peggy's son, as acknowledgement to my mother, and with the hopes that my demonstration as a man will mitigate the embarrassment I caused her during my childhood. I am a longtime member of Chroma Guild. I represent a group of artists of color who advocate for artists of color and network on their behalf in the Erie area. I'm here, I was invited here to channel my inner Bob Ross. But I'm also here to pay homage to my elder, veteran and longtime educator Luther Manis, by wearing my red beret, which he gifted to me during the dedication of a mural at the Manasinoco station. I've been painting for about 20 years, and I'm here today to paint a still life for you. Something vibrant, flowers in a vase. And with that, let's begin. So I have 2 shades of red, 2 shades of green, 2 shades of yellow, white, brown, and some matte medium. I refer to my colors generically as different shades because since I've been painting, I've never really got into the names of paints. When you buy different paints, depending upon the name that you're used to painting with, it'll be something else. So it was always confusing to me, so I just settled on the generic colors. I like colors, they mix well, and that's what we got. I don't have a professional's palette. I've learned to paint on cardboard or paper or any other thing that I have available to me that's disposable. So I'm loading my paddle brush up with yellow ochre in medium, to put down the base color in the background. You can kind of go in different directions, cross-hatching as you go. It doesn't matter how smoothly it's laid on or whether or not it covers the entire canvas. The point is to get a background, a base, so that the colors that you put in the flowers, your bouquet, will pop off the canvas. Also, unlike Bob Ross, I don't use oil paint. I use acrylics because acrylics dry faster, and I kind of prefer that over the length of time it takes for oils to dry. So I want to mix a little bit of titanium white on the edges to kind of soften them out. Instead of just cleaning my brush off and softening them out, I kind of like doing that with titanium white. And again, you don't have to cover the entire canvas. The point is to just spread the color around. If there's white showing through the canvas, it's okay, because at the end of the day, it just adds character to it. All right, so that's our base color. What I'm going to do now is go into a little bit of my lightest red. You can use cadmium red. You can use just your lightest red that you have. Position my base kind of off center. It gives it a bit more kick as opposed to centering it. Makes for a boring painting that way. So wherever my bouquet of flowers is, I want to kind of put some red behind it. Make it pop a little bit. I'm also put a little bit of red underneath where I think the shadow of the vase will be. Give it some character. I don't want to overdo it with the red because the red will end up overpowering your outline. Yeah, and that to me is good. Next thing I want to do, wash my brush off a little. Switch to a much smaller brush. This is a 1-inch brush right now. So I think what I'll do is put down where I think the stems of the flowers will be in my vase. And for that, I'll use a little bit of green, a little bit of brown, just on the corner of my brush. If you have a liner, you can use a liner brush. I just prefer to use the 1-inch brush. So this is where I think my stems of my flowers will be. So I want to go in there and just make gestures. So that's my reference for my stems. So I want to come up here in the red and give it a little bit more background, darken it in, which is where my bouquet will be. So I want to take some brown, some blue, mix the two of those, and a little bit of green. You don't have to mix them so that the colors turn into mud. I like to keep them somewhat separate so that I can see the colors as they are. as they come off the brush. So this is where my bouquet will be. While it doesn't necessarily look like flowers or a bouquet right now, it will. This is the equivalent of the black curtain that you see in the background that gives it the contrast that we need to kick it off the canvas. So as I get further out, I want to keep tapping the brush on the canvas to let all the paint thin out, because essentially at the end, those lighter colors of this bouquet will end up being background. So take a little bit more of that mix, a little bit more blue this time than brown. Keep my central figure centered. And I'm comfortable with that. It doesn't have to be perfectly round. If you end up with edges out here, it's okay, because bouquets have a mind of their own, right? Gives it more life. So what I would do is I would take a little bit more brown, little medium to thin it out a little bit, and maybe put some more brown down here as kind of a background, shadow of some sort. Although I don't have my vase in yet, when I put it in, it's much more easier to blend this background than it is after the vase is there and I cover it up with the glass. So that essentially would be the shadow for my vase, to kind of anchor it in the picture. I could even take a little bit of blue and add that in there over top of that so you can see it. Beautiful. I know it doesn't look like it yet, but it will be. So I'm going to wash my brush off a little. And again, I generally use one or two brushes. I don't like switching out a lot. Plus, when the colors kind of mix on the brush, it gives it a little bit more effect, in my opinion. So what I want to do now is kind of reference where my glass vase will be. We're going to depict a see-through glass vase for purposes of this instructional. But you could paint a solid red one with a reflection if you want, in the same way that I'm rendering the glass vase. So I want to load just the side of my brush with white, titanium white, just the side of it, not the entire brush, just the side. And the side I loaded the paint with, get some medium there. And if you get it on the other side, just kind of wipe it off. The side I loaded the paint with, I want to go across, I want to go around with the contours of what I think my vase is going to be. So I want my vase to be kind of fat, stout out here. So the edge of that vase will be rendered with the edge of the brush, while the inside of it stays clean. So that would be the edge of my vase. I would render the other side in the same way, this time just with the other side of the brush, flip it over. It'll be less white paint there, but that's okay because you want some contrast when you're rendering the outline of the vase. And don't worry about whether or not you're perfectly round, you're perfectly symmetrical. You could always correct it, you could add color. It gives it character. Mistakes are acceptable when it comes to painting, and especially when it comes to learning how to paint. And it's important to remember that, because if you take yourself too seriously, your mistakes will end up being obvious to everyone else. So I want to render the bottom of the vase, the base, with the same number one brush, come straight across, And that's the base of my vase. And right now it doesn't look much like a vase, but it will once we add some more color to it. So for example, if the light is coming from this direction, which it is, I would want to put reflective light over here. The white light is the focal point, and the reflective light would be rendered in whites and blues. So for our purposes, we'll just take a small touch of blue on the brush with some medium, and I'll give it a touch of blue. Maybe give it a touch of blue here, touch of blue here, maybe a touch of blue there. All right? See how it's kind of coming together? The colors themselves will contrast off one another and create the effect of beauty. You don't have to render it. Just let your brush do what it's supposed to do. Let your heart do what it's supposed to do. And I promise you, even if you aren't satisfied, the people around you will be. So I want to wash my brush off a little bit. Choose a smaller brush, probably 1/2-inch brush here. And with my 1/2-inch brush, I want to take a darker color green, a darker shade of green. I want to take some yellow, cadmium yellow, lighter yellow, not the yellow ochre. And how about a little bit of brown? All right, and so I want to render some petals of some sort. I'm not really good at naming flowers or even affiliated with the flowers, the different flowers' shapes. I just know colors. And again, I'm just going to place colors in the way that I think a flower would look. Colorful, not shapes. So I mixed the yellow, green, a little bit of brown, and I'm going to touch where I think some petals should go, right? So my petals go here, my petals go there. Maybe some petals here. I don't know what kind of flowers these are, right? I just know colors make the flower. So maybe I put more yellow on the petals I'm doing now, right? Maybe put some up here. Here, all around. You don't want to overdo it, right? So we have, for all intents and purposes, we have roses. I know that they aren't red, but to me, they could be anything, right? They could be roses because they're just colors. That's all. Now I know roses are red, but the reality is the red without the green is nothing. I mean, you put red on a red canvas and you get nothing. The red is what it is because it contrasts against green. So if I put a red rose in there, the rose will kick off the canvas even more. Right now, I'm just going to add some white to my mixture. And go back in here. Some of the petals I've already done. Bring them out a little bit more. Here. And again, I'm just tapping the brush. I'm just tapping the canvas with my brush. Your eyes will do the rest. I think it's human nature to create beautiful things where there is nothing. You just have to allow yourself to see it. And that's what we're doing today. So now I want to take some blue. Blue, some yellow, and some white. And do the same thing here. Now we got kind of lighter blue, a little lighter blue here, lighter blue here, lighter blue here, lighter blue there. And I want to wipe off my brush a little bit, clean it off. There's too much paint on it for me to go outside of where I am, and I want to take paint here, keep going outside. And the less paint on your brush, the lighter the outside petals will be. And you want that kind of fading look, right? I want this to fade to the point where I'm actually scrubbing the canvas to get the paint off of my brush. It gives it character. Something else I want to do here, I want to highlight coming off my vase, right? I want a really strong highlight coming off my vase. So I want that highlight to be here. So I want to just deliberately put that highlight there. Just put it there. Just render it, leave it. That's my highlight. Clean my brush. I want to come back in here with some more blue, deeper blue, a little bit of brown to neutralize it, some white. Again, not too much, just enough. You come back in and highlight that with a little bit more white. A little bit more white. Don't be afraid of it. Doesn't necessarily have to be everywhere. But that symmetry and balance, if you see it coming to life right now. So I want to go in here and do the center of the flowers. Right? So I'm cleaning my brush now. I can use the same 1/2-inch brush. Go in here with brown, a little bit of green, a little bit of blue. And touch where you think the center of the flowers would be, right? So there, for me, there, there. Look at that. All these flowers want attention, right? But I don't have to give them all centers, but you can. Gives it a bit more depth and dimension, right? You can see it coming to life. I can feel it coming to life. And maybe throw a yellow highlight in the center as well. Give that brown in there some dimension. Some more. All right. And I don't want to waste this yellow, so I would put it in there as well. Give it some more characters, background. In fact, why not just load up this brush with yellow? Throw some in there, right? Okay. So now I want to come in here and put the reflection at the base of my vase, the reflection of my vase. So I take some medium, some matte medium, and just mirror the same vase shape at the bottom of the vase, right? So I come out to the side. That's it. Nothing else. Nothing else. See how it makes it look like there's a reflection there? It's reflecting off of its surface. So I want to give this vase, the base of it, a bit more dimension. So I want to come in here with some more darks. So I would use that blue-brown mix that I mentioned earlier, and maybe come across the bottom, straight line, so that you can identify where the base of that vase is. Maybe even come down a little bit here. And that's it. Just leave it. Wipe my brush off. I want to kind of soften this out. Just like that. And maybe come underneath the vase with a little brown, burnt umber, and put some more shading there. And just clean my brush. Take a cleaner brush, fade it out, anchor it a bit more in there. So now what I want to do is take my 1/2-inch brush, and I want to go into my red. I want to go into my deepest red first and start rendering some red flowers. They may be roses, they may be some other kind of flower that I don't know is red, but it's just color for me right now. That's all I'm interested in. So I want some red here, a little bit of red there, a little red there, a little bit of red there. And I'm not twisting or turning my brush with any intent. I'm just laying down the colors. And your eyes will tell you that it's a rose when I'm finished. You'll convince yourself. I don't have to. A little bit more balance. Put one here. Maybe bring one out here. Maybe here. All right. It's my rose. I'm going here into my lighter red and my white. Put some highlights on my roses. Again, I don't know the technical positioning of the petals. I just know colors. I know that a person who knows roses would say, hey, that doesn't really look like a rose, but this is Impressionism. We're not painting roses, we're trying to channel the feeling that you get when you look at roses or colorful bouquets. And if you keep that in mind, you'll remember that you can't make mistakes as long as you're willing to put down the color. All right. So I don't want to overwork this. I want to let it dry a little bit and move on to something else. So for purposes of our still life, I'd like to have maybe some petals falling on the surface, maybe another flower out here to kind of fill up the canvas some. So what I'll start doing is I'll take in the same colors that I used to create the color palette here, the faux petals, and start using them down here. So I know I used blue, green, brown, some of the petals, so just rendering them right there, same way, right there. Some small ones in the background, maybe one or two out here, right, to give it the impression that some of the petals or leaves have fallen from the bouquet. Maybe take some red ones and put them down there. Take my light red, mix it with a little bit of green, contrast. Maybe put a petal there, small one here, maybe even one behind the glass. Not too many, just keep it distant. How about some blue ones? One or two blue. I was set about using white to put highlights on those. Doesn't matter if the colors mix. In fact, it gives it more character. Blues mixing with the reds, greens mixing with the yellows. It gives it character. Now I want to anchor those leaves in the picture by putting shadows underneath them. So I would take some more of this brown mix, brown blue mix, water it down a little bit, thin it out with my matte medium, and render a shadow. Right? Shadows, they don't have to be perfect. They just need to be there. Right? No perfect placement. No perfect placement. They are just there. Now they're actually anchored into the painting on the table. Right? So how about we take our liner brush now and we create a stem of a flower coming out the side. Maybe some romantic took a flower out to give to his wife and she laid it at the side of the base, who knows. I would take my green, mix with the medium, green, yellow, a little bit of brown, more green than brown, and bring my stem here. All right? Darken a little bit of that. And then what I want to do is take my 1/2-inch brush again, take a little bit of blue, yellow, brown, And just like I did previously, just put petals arbitrarily. Petal, 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 petal. And again, I don't know what kind of flower this is. I just know it's a color. And it'll turn into a flower the more colors I layer on top of it. So I want to put more blue and white there. Bring out the edges of the petal. And I want to get a petal, I want to give the flower a center. So I go back to my brown, yellow mixture. And I give it a center. All right. I can bring that even more by highlighting the petals on that flower with a bit more white. Not too much. Take a little bit of white and yellow. Highlight the center. All right. Wipe my brush off. Put a shadow underneath this stem and the petals using the blues, the browns. Put some yellows now. And my medium to thin it out. So that would be my shadow for the stem. Maybe put a highlight on the stem a little bit. Kick it off the canvas a little bit more. Maybe here. Bring it in. All right, so I want to go back up into my bouquet and kind of work some more darks in there. Darker than you see, primarily because I know that if I add more darks, it'll contrast with the colors even more. So I took some blue, green, brown, I'm just deepening these colors in the back. Just tapping. There may be open space there. You don't have to fill it all up, but and try to stay in the center as opposed to creating the darkest darks on the outside, right? And again, you can't make mistakes. And what your eyes perceive as mistakes while you're creating the bouquet, other people's eyes will blend them together and make beauty. But as an artist, we tend to only see our mistakes, like we only see our mistakes in life. And when other people see beauty in us or see beauty in our canvas, we try to rob them of that interpretation. We minimize the work we do, we minimize the beauty we create on a daily basis. And as a result, the rest of the world tends to appreciate us more than we appreciate ourselves. So now I kind of want to go back in these dark spots and throw some more colors in there. I want some yellows. I want some yellow ochre that was in the background. And I want a little bit of green. Right, that's enough. Put some highlights in there on the same colors that I just put in there. And they will jump off the canvas. Jump off the canvas. So I'm gonna go into my vase with a little bit of red. I know it sounds strange, but a glass vase would necessarily reflect some of the colors that are around it. So one of those colors that I wanted to reflect is red, right? So I thin my red out just a little, and not too much. That's enough. Soften that out a little bit. Maybe darken the shadows underneath the vase again, even more, to give it more contrast. Maybe put some of that in here. All right. Again, this is all about colors. So much so that I don't believe any still life is done without splattering it with more colors. So one of the things I generally do, I keep an old toothbrush on hand, and I take that toothbrush, put some medium, mix it with medium, some browns, some yellow ochres, enough so that when I drag my fingers across the bristles, the colors will splatter all over the canvas, right? So my brush is not wet enough, so I need more water. All right? And to me, you know, it's depending on your taste, I think the splatters give it a bit more character as well, right? It does something to it for my eyes anyway. And as they say, no painting is ever complete. It's just abandoned. And I think this might be a good place to abandon our painting. And I will sign this painting in honor of you and Erie Arts and Culture's Chroma Guild. (2020). And with that, thank you for allowing me into your lives, into your homes, into your hearts, and contributing some growth and development to your talents.
We are now up to a composer, arranger, and vocalist born and raised right here in Erie, Pennsylvania. Henry Thacker Burleigh was born in 1866 and would eventually come to be known as Harry T. Burleigh. One of the most important figures in American music, Burleigh was recognized through his talent as a singer, as well as a composer of art songs and an arranger of spirituals. Firmly entrenched in the musical life of Erie, Harry T. Burleigh was celebrated in our city and across our region for his rich and powerful baritone voice. Burleigh was a chorister at the Episcopal Cathedral of St. Paul, as well as Park Presbyterian and the Reformed Jewish Temple, before he moved from Erie to New York City to study at the National Conservatory of Music. While at the National Conservatory, Burleigh met and befriended Czech composer Antonín Dvořák, who was captivated by Burleigh's voice and the beauty of the spirituals Harry would sing to him. Burleigh became a critical figure in connecting the music of African Americans to the European-style concert culture of 19th century America, artists today are still rediscovering the wealth of material Burley left as a musical legacy. If you have an interest in the fascinating life of Harry T. Burley, check out his biography written by former Edinburgh University professor Gene Snyder, who traces Burley's life and enormous impact on the history of American music, from his earliest days here in Erie through his funeral, attended by over 2,000 people at St. George's Episcopal Church in New York. We will now play three famous spirituals in their arrangements by Harry T. Burley. Originally for voice and piano, we'll now play Wade in the Water, Deep River, and Ride On King Jesus in transcriptions made for us, specifically for this broadcast by Erie composer Christina Dolance. If Leroy Anderson never wrote another piece in his life after his classic Sleigh Ride, his place in the Orchestral Holiday Hall of Fame would be forever secure. Okay, I'm not sure if such a Hall of Fame actually exists, but in any case, Leroy Anderson wrote scores of classics, all designed to charm audiences of the Boston Pops, under the baton of its famed conductor, Arthur Fiedler. Blue Tango, Trumpeter's Lullaby, Fiddle Faddle, and The Typewriter are all short character pieces for orchestra that are immediately comprehensible and, in all cases, delightful. We are about to play Plink, Plank, Plunk, and, well, the title pretty much says it all.
Welcome. My name is Becky Weiser, and I'm the curator of the Erie County Historical Society, and I'd like to welcome you to archival storage. So come on back and let's see what we've got. Here at the Hagen History Center, we have a whole building dedicated to our storage of the two-dimensional and three-dimensional collections. As the curator, I'm in charge of the three-dimensional collection, and I just wanted to show all of you a little bit of both of what we have and how we store things here. So we're going to start right here, one of my favorite collections, and if you are from Erie and if you had family in Erie for a long time, you would most likely be aware of this, and this is Griswold cast iron. So this is one of the pieces that we have. It's a Dutch oven. And it's in beautiful condition. It was just donated a week or so ago, this particular piece. And we have it here on the shelf with a lot of other Griswold. We have about 700 pieces in our collection. And we love our Griswold collection because it was made here in Erie. A lot of families here had this in their homes that they used with for cooking. So we have all of it stored here and down a little bit further on the shelving. And something that we do here at the Hagen History Center is now we have organized things using technology that is currently available to museums. So everything in the collection has a barcode. So we've got container barcodes, we have object barcodes. I don't even have to open this box, and I can bring up a picture on a database exactly what's in here. And we have it all organized, everything, about 14,000 things that we have in the 3D collection. And if someone comes up to me and says, I would like to see a particular thing, the goal is that within 10 minutes, we'll have that thing in their hands. And it's worked over and over again. So it's really exciting knowing what we have here at the Hagen History Center. Right next to me is some art storage racks. And we have multiple, hundreds of pieces, actually over 1,000 pieces of framed artwork, whether it is a print, photograph. This is like an old computer part that we have framed here. This is from way back in the day. I couldn't tell you exactly where that's from. Maps. This is a piece from the Wolverine. This was a hat band from the Wolverine with a picture of the Wolverine in the middle. And it just goes on and on with all of the multiple images that we have here in the collection. And a lot of it is hanging on these racks. So we're so lucky to have this beautiful system of organizing here. A big part of what we do here at the Hagen History Center is all about education. Not only do we work with students, but we work with researchers, the general public. We try to help people understand our history, perhaps answer some questions they may have, and we're very hopeful about the future of Erie. But of course, you have to know the past to understand where we're going here in the future. So education is huge. And we have a lot of ways of getting that education across, and a lot of it is through objects. I mean, school children that come here actually get to hold a doll that's made out of porcelain with glass eyes. Children today don't play with toys like this. And so how have dolls evolved? How has the history of people and how we view each other with dolls changed us? So there's a lot of things you could do with the things in our collection. And we try to do that as much as we can. So this doll is to be handled. Not all the dolls do we allow people to touch, of course. The area that we're in now is the workspace for the curatorial department. Normally, when we're not in a pandemic, we have about 30 volunteers that work here. And I do have an assistant, Amanda, who works with me in this department, and we're going to go down and meet her now. In our workstation, Amanda. There she is. So everyone, this is Amanda, and she works with me here in the Hagen History Center, and her workstation is up on this mezzanine. She's got a nice photography station behind her, and Amanda's really in charge of our database and making sure that everything in it is proper information. She's always researching things about objects. What else? What are you working on right now, Amanda?
Right now we're trying to see if we could get some more dresses in the mansion to be put on display for people to see for Victorian holidays coming up.
So she's able to research the hundreds of antique gowns that we have in our collection and determine which ones right now would fit Christmas time to go into the mansion for our Victorian holidays. So yeah, I'm looking forward to meeting with her later and picking out those gowns and getting them up. So that is great. But up here we just have a variety of workstations. We have volunteers that work strictly with our military collection. As you can see, there's a pile of military things on the end. We work on organizing, so we're going through file cards right now. We have a student from Gannon who's looking at cards, picking out information, putting in the database. It's just a lot of labor that we do every day here at the History Center to organize and to collect for the education of the community and to put out nice exhibits like the one Amanda's working on right now. Well, you can't live in Erie County for any period of time without hearing of the Niagara. And of course, the sister ship was the Lawrence during the Battle of Lake Erie. So we do have some things associated with those ships, and we have a whole collection of things that come from it. And here's just one box. It's marked Niagara and Lawrence. And I'm just going to open it up. It's very impromptu and find out what is in here. I'm not wearing any gloves at the time, so I'm going to be very careful. So we have, as a typical thing, a piece of wood coming from probably the Lawrence or the Niagara, and this would be identified with the number 2124, and 2124 is just woodworked Niagara Lawrence. So this is kinds of things. We have a lot of Niagara wood. We probably have enough to maybe rebuild the Niagara. That's the joke around here. Another piece, I mean, we have some exciting things in the collection, and then we have things like pieces of wood. And just to give you a fun idea, it just goes on and on. More pieces of wood. This is probably from the Niagara when it was pulled out of Misery Bay in 1913, and then they rebuilt the ship. And what they did is they just didn't throw anything away. They gave it away as souvenirs to people, or people would take the wood and make something. So this is a frame made from the wood of the Lawrence, and we have the person who did it, and it's just a sample of a document inside. So we have hundreds of pieces of either souvenirs that people made or actual pieces of the Lawrence and the Niagara. That's one big collection. Of course, the Maritime Museum shares with us a large collection as well. They have their own. And we have things on the Wolverine. We have Native American things. We have some odd and unusual things. A very odd kind of pot. This is an old ship's horn. And this came from the steamship Niagara. And this beautiful box, and we have several of these, were made again from the wood of the Lawrence and the Niagara, as well as all of these walking canes. Very, very popular. And we probably have about 20 wood canes made from that as well. We absolutely love the Mark's Toys collection here at the Hagen History Center as well. The most iconic object probably being the big wheel. If you didn't play with the big wheel, you probably knew of somebody who did. And the beauty of these is that they were made here in Erie County. Most of all, not all of these Mark's Toys, and this whole unit is our Mark's Toy collection, was made either in the Girard plant or the Erie plant or the one in West Virginia. And so we love to collect Mark's Toys, and a lot of people will walk down memory lane as they're looking at some of the toys that we have out on collection. All right, I don't know if you're thirsty after watching me talk for all this time, but Kohler Beer is another great collection. Erie Brewing is the name of this one. And we do love our brewing things. Actually, this whole unit here that we're in looking at right now is Erie Manufacturing and Business. So we have something from metering companies, Zern Industries, different casting molds from EMI. We've got pipe cutters from, well, we have Reed Manufacturing, Jurecki Manufacturing, and the list goes on and on. All of these things were either made in Erie County or parts that were used. This is a Lovell wringer, and if you are a resident of Lovell Place, this is one of the things that they made in that manufacturing facility that would wring out the water out of clothes for laundry, drying racks. I mean, it just goes on and on. We have hundreds of things that were made in Erie or have to do with the businesses here in Erie. And that's something that I'm always looking for as curator. I get a lot of calls from people that would like to donate things, and they are most generous in doing that. And I'd like to encourage you, if you have something in your family, if you're cleaning your house, and you go, wow, this is really something that's great, has to do with Erie, but no one in the family wants it, please give me a call, because I'm always looking for things to add to this collection. You might go, wow, 14,000 things that you have, and you're looking for more? Absolutely. Because we want to continue to tell the story of Erie County's history and be able to share that story, not only now, but for future generations as well. We're doing everything in our effort currently to make sure everything that we have here is kept safe and clean and intact so that we'll have these things for posterity. So please give me a call or email me. And we do have a website, the Hagen History Center. If you just Google that, we have a contact page. You can contact me that way. Another thing that I'm really looking for right now, I really am, is that in February, pandemic allowing, we're hoping to have an exhibit on the African American community here in Erie. And very honestly, I don't have a lot of things to help communicate that story through objects. So we're looking for things that have to do with the families that were here, houses of worship, the jobs that people had. Anything to do about that story would be so important that even if we can't have an actual physical exhibit, we would like to have a virtual exhibit, something that's available to folks to see online, and to be proud about the African American experience in Erie. We need things to communicate that. So please be in touch with me, whether that object is given to us or loaned to us strictly for the exhibit. I'm okay with whatever. I want everyone to feel comfortable, and I want everyone to feel included here at the Hagen History Center, because that's our job, is to be an asset to the community, and that the community feels comfortable coming here and participating in the things that we have. So thank you so much for joining me on this tour, and I hope that you give to the Hagen History Center so that we can help maintain our past for the future here in Erie. Thank you.
Do we have any artists in this room? Who of you are artists?
Anyone can do art. You don't have to be a specific age to do this art. You don't need to be a specific race to make this art. It's not like, oh, you can't make this kind of art because you're not old enough. Because even younger kids can make beautiful artwork.
Nathaniel, would you like to add something?
Anyone can be an artist as long as you believe in yourself. And you have to believe in yourself. You have to be knowingly of what you're doing or not. Either way, as long as you think you can do it, you can do it. Even babies can paint beautiful things.
Oh, yeah.
Because they all have their own beauty.
Who would you say is the best artist in the world?
In the world?
I know, I'm asking big things here.
I'm probably gonna go with me, maybe?
Yeah.
Yeah. Because I love art. I think it's fun. It teaches kids to use their imagination, what they think in their mind, how they feel. And I just think art's... That's why I think I'm the best, because I use my feelings when I do art. I like Beethoven. I like his pieces. I would say he's probably one of the best.
Okay.
The best.
Probably Leonardo da Vinci or Van Gogh, because they create lots of different types of paintings and art. So yeah.
All right, very cool. How do you know if something is art?
Painting.
Okay. Yeah.
And drawing.
Paintings and drawings. They certainly are art. Okay, cool.
Well, everything can really be art, from graphic design to painting to photography to even dance and music. It doesn't really matter. Art is all around us. Everything can be art. Everything has some sort of art inside it. It has to really include you expressing yourself. You have to express your feelings, emotions. It can be sad or happy in music. It can be small or big. It can be beautiful or still. It can really be anything if you just choose it yourself. It's basically to express yourself in drawing, animation, art. Art itself is basically a bunch of things. There's too many to describe right now, but art can be whatever you want it to be.
Who is Perry Square named after? Oh my heavens. Let's see, let me answer in a minute. Nathaniel, who is Perry Square named after?
It is named after the captain of the Brig Niagara. He is known for his quote, "Don't give up the ship."
Who would you name a park after?
Mommy.
Your mom? Aw, I think that would make her blush. That's so sweet.
Michelle Obama.
Ooh.
Ruth Bader Ginsburg.
Ruth Bader Ginsburg. Look at this, 3 powerful women in a row. Liam, who would you name? Harriet Tubman. Oh my goodness. Very cool.
Or Michelle Obama. President Dwight D. Eisenhower.
Oh my goodness, okay.
Metallica Park.
Metallica, like the band?
Yeah.
Ooh.
Honestly, aside from just painting, I love what the Erie Arts and Culture has done. Like, I've seen many new murals pop up everywhere now in downtown Erie, and I love it, personally. I actually even helped out with the one featuring Ida B. Wells and like other people celebrating women's 100-year anniversary of voting. Yeah. So I think art's important because kids use their mind and they use their creativity. It gives people an opportunity to share. It gives people the opportunity to share their culture. Art is a way for people to express themselves without using words. It's a way for people. It's like it's something. No one says anything when they create art. Art doesn't say anything, but yet it speaks to different people, and they can relate to different kinds of artwork. To use your imagination, express how you feel, and spread your voice, to hear your voice and your opinion. And you could just use art to mostly basically do anything. Art is important because it inspires you, and you can use your voice to create art, and that's why art is important. Honestly, I think it's because it's all beautiful and because you're actually doing things that will make people happy.
Good evening, everybody. My name is Kate Newbert-Lechner, and I am the Executive Director of the Erie Playhouse. I would really like to thank you all for joining us here this evening for this really cool event. We're all highlighting some of the things that our organizations do, and one of the things that I wanted to show you from the Playhouse is our program called Playtime. Some of you may have heard of it, some of you may not, so I'm really happy to be able to highlight it here today. Playtime works with the Imagination Library and the United Way to help foster the power of children's creativity and imaginations, to foster a love of books and a love of reading, and a promotion of early childhood literacy. So we work with United Way really closely to make sure that we are doing all that we can to help kids read, hit that benchmark of reading at a 3rd grade level by the time they're in 3rd grade. The program began about 5 years ago with a grant from Erie Arts Culture, and we started in 2 early learning centers, St. Ben's and St. Martin's, and the program has now expanded to cover early learning centers all over downtown, as well as all of the community schools in the Erie School District. So we cover now, right now, 113 classrooms in a week, which is amazing. And while the pandemic has obviously forced us to change the way that we're delivering those lessons, because of the pandemic, we have been able to utilize videos, we've been able to utilize Zoom, and we've been able to reach a lot more kids, which is incredible. So the program uses those Imagination Library books, as I said, and uses art, uses music, uses dance, and uses a lot of imagination to help kids get excited about reading. So I wanted to share with you a little bit of one of our programs. So I'm going to show you part of a Zoom session with Miss Maeve Kirby, who was one of our awesome facilitators, and some children from Early Connections Harbor House. And they are going to be reading Hair Love and singing a little song for you today. So with that, here is playtime.
Warm up. So when the music is playing, we're going to be moving. When the music stops, we're going to stop. We're going to freeze right where we are, okay? All right.
You gotta stand up though, you're not standing. Stand up, please.
Dashing through the snow in a 1-horse open sleigh, o'er the fields we go, laughing all the way. Freeze! There you go. Good job. Bells on bobtails ring, making spirits bright. What fun it is to laugh and sing a sleighing song tonight. Freeze! Good job. Oh, jingle bells, jingle all the way. Oh, what fun it is to ride in a 1-horse open sleigh. Jingle bells, jingle all the way. Oh, what fun it is to ride in a 1-horse open sleigh. All right, back in our seats.
All right.
Good job.
Here you go.
What are we gonna sing next? Any ideas?
Ooh, who thinks they know?
How dare you do that?
Ah! Yes! You got it. We're gonna sing playtime. Here we go.
How dare you do?
What's that?
How dare you do?
How do you do?
How do I am doing very well, thank you.
I love you today. How dare you do?
Oh my goodness. I'm doing very well. How do you do?
Hi.
Oh, Eliana, you are so silly. All right, we're gonna sing. I got you, Rihanna. It's time for playtime, everyone. It's time to read a book and have some fun. It's time to sing a song and dance and run. It's time for playtime, everyone. It's time for playtime, everyone. It's time to read a book and have some fun. It's time to sing a song and dance and run. It's time for playtime, everyone. All right, all aboard Playtime Express. Here we go. Let's see our trains. Ooh, very nice. Very nice. And fly your airplane. Get those wings out.
Fire plane.
There you go.
Stay by your
Woo,
seat.
okay, let's go around our seat and come back and land. Nice job. Here we go. It's time for playtime.
Here we go.
Time, everyone. It's time to read a book.
Over here.
Have some fun. It's time to sing a song. Dance and run. It's time for playtime, everyone.
I need you to play.
Wow. How do we show people that we love them? Does anyone have an idea?
Me?
How do you show people you love them? What do you do to show your mom you love them?
For pictures. To color.
You call her pictures.
We give hugs. We give paintings or drawings that we did. Let's see. Any other ideas?
Who else? How do you
Those
show
are really
people you
good
love
ones.
them?
You said you give them.
Avonlea.
You give them a kiss again. Somebody a kiss.
Yeah, you
Everybody
can give them a
there.
kiss. Mm-hmm.
Absolutely. Can you tell them? Can you say, I love you?
I
No,
love
thank
you,
you. Hands out of
Mommy.
your mouth.
Yeah, I bet that would really help your mama know you love her, although I'm sure she already knows. Oh my goodness. There are so many different ways to show people that we love them. And in our story, we're going to see one special way that this dad loves his little girl, Zuri. My name is Zuri, and I have hair that has a mind of its own. It kinks, coils, and curls every which way. Ooh, she's sleepy.
How am I a friend getting with?
Daddy tells me it's beautiful, and that makes me proud. I love that my hair lets me be me. In funky braids with beads, I am a princess. Oh my goodness, look at her. She does look like a princess up in a tower, huh? And when my hair is in two puffs, I'm above the clouds like a superhero. Reached into the drawer and pulled out a pick. Ta-da! Daddy, really? I said, I'll be right back, he promised. My hair really needs to be special. Don't worry, he said, we'll figure this out. Then I had a great idea. Watching carefully, Daddy combed, parted, oiled, and twisted. He nailed it. Funky puff buns. Pretty, pretty, and so much fun. Rocky approved too. I put on my superhero cape as the final touch to a perfect look. Now how is she feeling about her hair?
How's you feel? Yeah.
My hair is mommy, daddy, and me. It's hair love.
Over here.
The end. Woo. Good job. You did it, friends. So, how did dad
Listen.
show Zuri that he loves her? What did he do?
Good, Anna.
Does anyone know what this means in sign language?
Good.
I know.
You guys
What
got
does
it.
mean? What do you think?
It means I love you. Oh, look at this. We can tell people we love them just like this. We don't even have to use our words. Oh,
So what's this mean, everyone? What does this mean? It means I love you. I love you.
yes. Oh my goodness, good job. I love how we're already sharing it with our friends. We're already telling them we love them.
Heart and please don't break it.
Good job.
Was made for me and you.
Let's all show Tyjon that we love him. We love you, Tyjon.
Love you, Tyjon. Look at it.
Let's all show Rihanna that we love her. We love you, Rihanna.
Show her.
Let's all show Jolie. Where's Jolie? There she is.
Hi, put your fingers up.
And Avonlea. Malayla. Show Malayla.
Layla.
And Aliana.
Oh, it's for the
Look up, Joy. Hi. We love you too. There we go. And of course, we'll show Miss Smith. We love Miss Smith. Oh, good job, Brianna. You got it. Aliana got it too. Goodbye, Aliana. Goodbye, Aliana. Goodbye, Aliana. I'll see you in 2 days. Now, if we're going to sing to Miss Smith, you have to sing with me too, okay? Oh, here we go. We're going to sing to Miss Smith.
Oh, friends, y'all gotta sing, okay?
Goodbye, Miss Smith. Goodbye, Miss Smith. Goodbye, Miss Smith. See you today. Ah! Nice job. Way to go, friends. Oh my goodness. It was so nice to see you again. I will see you Wednesday morning, okay?
All right, wave goodbye, friends.
Hello, my friends. My name is Miss Melanie, and I am the teaching artist for the Erie Philharmonic Orchestra. And today we're going to do a bunch of wonderful, wonderful things that involve moving, singing, learning about instruments, playing instruments, and just having fun. I am thrilled to be with you today, and I'm looking forward to doing this for several more lessons. Here we go. Our first song we're going to do is called Hey Jim Along Josie. Okay, here's our first song, Hey Jim Along. Now in this song, you're going to do several different motions. And the first motion we're going to do is some clapping. And then we have to go like this. And we have to turn around and clap 3 times. All of those motions are in part of our song. Some of the other motions we're going to do is we're going to walk. We're going to hop. We're going to run in place. We're going to jump. Nice and high as you can jump. We're going to tiptoe along. And the last thing we're going to do is called the swing. And we're going to go back and forth like this. The song is called Hey Jim Along. Here we go. Song today, and it's all about bears today. The word bear, B-E-A-R. That's a very important word today in most of the songs and most of the activities that we're going to do. This song that we're doing is called Teddy Bear, Teddy Bear. And what I want to do is I want to show you some of the motions that go along with Teddy Bear, Teddy Bear. So the first part of our song goes Teddy Bear, turn around. Teddy Bear, touch the ground. Teddy Bear, show your shoe. teddy bear, that will do. Teddy bear, go upstairs. Teddy bear, say your prayers. Teddy bear, switch off the light. Teddy bear, say good night. And you notice we had some very cool rhyming words in this song, words that sound alike. So as we're going through this song, listen for those nice rhyming words that we're hearing. Here we go with teddy bear, and I will help you through this. And then we're going to do something super fun with this. Here we go, teddy bear, teddy bear. Right now is called Farmer Joe and the Music Show, and it's by Tony Mitten, and it was illustrated by Guy Parker Reese. Now this is a wonderful book from the Scholastic Company, who has given us permission to read this book to you, and we're so grateful for that. Here we go, Farmer Joe and the Music Show. I'm going to turn it a little bit to the side so I can read. Down on the farm of poor old Joe, the hens won't lay and the crops won't grow. The cows won't graze and the pigs won't feed. And Joe just can't think of what they need. But suddenly Joe has a bright idea. Music has the power to cheer. He puts on a hat and he yells, yee-haw! Then he starts to pluck on his old guitar. There's an instrument that has strings on it. Not part of our orchestra family, but a great stringed instrument. Pluck, pluck, plick, plick, diddle-I-o. Listen to the picking of Farmer Joe. The hens start flapping and clucking. Now we're going to take a look at a wonderful instrument from the string family, and this is the violin. Before we do that, look at the string family again. We have the violin as the baby, viola the big sister, cello the mama, daddy the string bass or double bass, and grandma the harp. So the violin being the smallest of the instruments, it is the highest. And the violin, as you can see, has a curvy shape. Love the shape of the instrument. But this instrument must go on your shoulder, under your chin. And we have a little spot called a chin rest that we put our chin in it. And that's how we hold the violin. Now the violin has 4 strings, and I'm going to play my strings, and you're going to hear that the strings go from low to high. Listen. And when we use our finger to play or pluck the strings, that's a fancy, fancy word. I don't know if you can say it, but I'm going to teach it to you. It's called pizzicato. Try that with me. Pizzicato. And that means to pluck. Listen again. Oh, it's a lovely sound, but it's a very short sound. If we want the sound to be longer, we must use this, and this is called a bow. And when we play the bow, we drag it across the strings, which makes the vibration last longer. Listen. Oh, what a beautiful instrument. Now, I am not a violinist, but I have a super duper friend who is, and his name is Mr. Ken. And Mr. Ken is called the concert master of the Erie Philharmonic Orchestra. Mr. Ken is an incredible player, and he is going to teach you today about the violin and let you hear some gorgeous violin music. So right now we're going to go visit Mr. Ken.
So being a string player is a little bit unique because I've got two pieces of equipment here that I have to deal with. You know, if you're a flute player, you just have the one thing, and you have to worry about how you breathe. And for what I do, I've got this, and this thing in my right hand, this is what I use to breathe. So basically, we think of a violin as being sort of like a human body. You know, what I'm holding here is the neck, and we have a shoulder here. And the way it acts is really like something breathing, like something alive. So what I do is I have 4 strings, and with my bow, when I play each of those strings, this whole thing vibrates, so it comes to life. So when I have it on my shoulder, so I hear it and I feel it. You know, this thing is vibrating over my shoulder, and it's a full, what we call a range of the sounds that you can get. They go from low
Hi, my name is Dash. I'm 9 years old and I go to Lincoln Elementary. Today we're gonna make cake batter dip. So these are all the ingredients you need. So first you need a white box of cake mix, and then cream cheese, and then topping of whipped cream, and then 2 or 3 cups of milk, and then a tablespoon of vanilla, and some sprinkles right here. And then you want to cut up the strawberries. You can dip or put them in, but what I did, I dipped the graham crackers and I put the strawberries in. And then graham crackers, as I said, you can put them in, or you can scoop them with it too. And it'll look like at the end, right here. It's nice, pretty. So that's what you need for the cake batter dip. And enjoy, and I hope this is delicious for you too.
I'm Ashley Markowitz, and I'm the Education Coordinator at the Experience Children's Museum. Today I have a very special guest with me, Dash McCullum. He is a longtime friend of the Children's Museum who has attended our Kids in the Kitchen summer camp for the past 2 years. Dash is passionate about cooking and aspires to be a chef one day. Without further ado, I would like to introduce you to Dash in A Dash Will Do.
Hi, I'm Dash. I'm 9 years old. I go to Lincoln Elementary School, and I will be cooking for you today. And I like to cook with my mom too. Okay. I think that's enough. I'll just use the whole thing. Okay. Right there. Okay. Oof. Just put it right there again. This is milk. So.
You see the dividing 2/3. See it?
Yes.
Now don't forget you already used some for the teaspoon, so maybe you don't put all of it, just leave a little bit enough for when you use the spoon. Perfect. Just keep it up there because you can probably add more later.
Okay.
Okay, closer, say I got milk. Now you look up to show your audience.
This is vanilla. I'm gonna spin it around here. Then
Now you gotta mix it up.
what this? Okay. I'm gonna use this one.
Bring it a little closer. Bring it a little closer first. No, closer to you.
Oh.
Look at him.
A concept that's been on researchers' radar since 1996, the summer slide is a phrase used to describe the regression of students' math, reading, and other academic skills over the summer months. The Experience Children's Museum is in a unique position to combat the effects of the summer slide, providing the power of play through classes, camps, and kits to our Erie community. When play is meaningful especially, positive outcomes can result. Research continually shows us that play is a necessary component in a child's development, and it is our goal to make sure that kids will always have a place to learn and grow. After all, play really is a child's work.
Oop. Do this.
Yeah. Get your spoon, you gotta put all of it in there, because the directions said 1 tub. So you gotta use your full
Gonna put some more whipped cream, I think. I think it's called whipped cream.
whipped topping.
Yeah, whipped topping.
Whipped topping to top louder so that the mic can hear you, okay?
I'm going to put more whipped topping. I'm gonna have to put the whole thing in. Oops. Okay. That in there. Gonna stir it up again.
Over the last 2 summers, the museum is proud to have served 150 camp kids, 15 of which received a full scholarship to attend camp at no cost to them. Through our all-new camp, STEAM, and New Year's Eve to-go kits, families can enjoy the love of learning through play in the comfort of their own home.
Okay. Next is strawberries. Okay, so I'm gonna cut up the strawberries. Okay. 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 Strawberry for strawberry. Yeah, so what I'm doing, I'm gonna take off the stem. of each end of the strawberry. Just them right there. Trying to put all the strawberries down. Oops, I think that fell in. Okay.
As our children are experiencing an unfamiliar sense of apprehension, your generous donations are more critical now than ever so that we can continue to provide one-of-a-kind experiences accessible to all.
So I'm gonna put some sprinkles in here. It's a little hard to open right now. Really got sharp nails. Oops. Well, that's all about being a chef, making a mess. Okay. Gonna have to crunch it up or something. So I'm gonna have a graham cracker. That piece. Okay.
Just take it and scoop it.
Okay. It's good. Well, thanks for watching. Maybe you can make it someday. I'll give you some tips.
Erie Arts and Culture also proudly serves as a capacity builder within the creative and cultural sector. One of the organizations that we work with in this role is the Erie Asian Pacific American Association. In our next segments, Tanvi will share a traditional folk story about Ramayana, and Dr. Shakur will recite an original poem.
Hello, my name is Tanvi Udgiri, and today I am here to tell you the story of Ramayana, one of the reasons Diwali, which is one of the most prominent holidays in India, is celebrated. Diwali is a festival of joy and prosperity and a celebration of the victory of good over evil. According to Hindu mythology, thousands of years ago, in the city of Ayodhya, there was a wise and good king named Dashrath, who ruled along with his 3 queens and 4 princes. The eldest, Ram, and his beautiful wife Sita lived happily along with his other prince brothers and their wives. But one of King Dashrath's wives was jealous of Ram and demanded that he be exiled to the forest for 14 years so that her son, Bharat, would be made king. Having once promised his wife to fulfill any wish of hers, the helpless king exiled Ram to the forest. And so, Ram set off on foot, accompanied by his loving wife Sita and loyal younger brother Lakshman. A few years into their exile, a demoness named Shrupnaka saw Ram and fell for his looks. She asked Ram to marry her. Ram refused and asked her to go to Lakshman instead. But Lakshman also refused. Enraged, Shrupnaka showed her true form and Lakshman cut off her nose. The demoness went wailing to her brother, who was none other than Ravan, the demon king of Lanka. Ravan was furious and swore revenge. With the help of another demon who took the form of a golden deer, he distracted Ram and Lakshman and kidnapped Sita from their hut. When Ram and Lakshman returned, Sita was missing. They realized something bad had happened while they were gone and immediately rushed to find her. On their way, they came across an army of monkeys and bears that agreed to help them. Among them was a monkey named Hanuman who vowed to be at Ram's service. Now, Hanuman was no ordinary monkey. He could fly over mountains, change size at will, and he had superhuman strength. He had the power to leap across oceans in a single stride. So obviously, he ended up being Ram's strongest ally. It was Hanuman who had finally found Sita imprisoned in one of Ravan's beautiful gardens. Hanuman reassured Sita that Ram would be here soon to rescue her. He came back to Ram with Sita's whereabouts, and the army of monkeys, bears, and men marched to Lanka to save her. Soon, a great battle started between the two mighty armies, and Ram's soldiers managed to kill all the demons except for one, Ravan. The battle was now between Ram and Ravan. He gave him one last chance to apologize and return Sita. Ravan instead rained down weapons on him. Ram too fought back relentlessly, but despite all of his efforts, nothing seemed to kill Ravan. Finally, Ravan's brother Vibhishan told Ram that Ravan's weakest point was in his navel. Using an arrow given to him by the gods, Ram shot Ravan in the navel and killed him instantly. And so, Ram and his love Sita were finally reunited. Soon after, upon completion of their 14 years in exile, Ram, Sita, and Lakshman returned home to find the entire city waiting for them. The streets were decorated with flowers and lamps, and there was happiness everywhere. And this is why, every year on Diwali, you see the streets, homes, and offices lit up with lamps, like the city of Ayodhya, in celebration of Ram and Sita's homecoming and the victory of good over evil. Thank you.
Good day. My name is Dr. Shakur. I'm a practicing physician at Hagen. I've been practicing for the past 13 years. I use poetry as a form of healing. I'm a Sufi mystic. I'm a writer, a poet, philosopher, and a teacher. And I use poetry as a means of looking into ourselves. This poem called Final Word is a poem about self-reflection. And it goes like this. We stir our imagination to give wings to love's eternal form. Can we break the will of enduring time and bring harmony into our searching eyes? Will we reflect our dreams on the surface of reality and bring them to consciousness in truthful ways? The world will hold us in our moments of existence. We must remain virtuous in our actions and drive towards simplicity. A burst of laughter echoes in our hearts, and the spacious sound will awaken our soul. Tears of happiness, which reflect in our eyes, give us the courage to take in our sorrow. The time we lose will never come back to us, but it will give us the moments and wisdom we hope to gain. Days and nights will slip through our minds like the splendor of youth lost to the ages. Pressed in every grain of time are the footsteps of our journey, washed away by every moment of our existence. We have come to live in the shadow of our form. The light of the world holds our vision, and the eyes of humanity long to absorb the colors and beauty of nature. The voice of reason will awaken our spirit. The hands of time will give comfort to the desolate soul. How can we liberate our spirit without becoming worldly prisoners in our fleeting existence? Have we become the dust in reflected light, wandering in the vastness of eternity? Will we pause in our moments of silence and let the sensuous breeze touch our soul? Life's fragrance seeps into our consciousness and dissolves our emotions in eternal water. The will of our spirit humbles to children at play. Can we ever become children once more to cleanse away the layers of our human evolution? Will we ever hold ourselves in the flickering moments of joy? How can we shed the burden of living when the heaviness of life seems so toilsome? Can we breathe in the breath of faith and breathe out the air of uncertainty? Freedom is our virtue of being happy, and true happiness is the virtue of being free. Let there be wisdom in truth. Let there be truth in wisdom. Let there be light in wisdom. Let there be wisdom in light. Let there be hope in humanity. Let there be humanity in our virtue. Let there be joy in our sorrow. Let there be great love for today to give to the world tomorrow. This poem is dedicated to a mother who lost her son to gun violence. A mother's burden. It was the day of the funeral. The clock's hand softly pressed at 8. The heart felt heavy, ached with sorrow, and filled with a void of somber emotions. The moment of awareness had come too quickly. In the brightly lit room, soulful faces moved with grace and sit in their quiet space. These apparitions, like ghostly shadows, blur the edge of my sanity. Life's moments hold too fast as my spirit searches for meaning with deep, empty stares. The maddening silence comes in like an unwelcome guest. These eyes that once reflected the eternal light are forever lost to a mother's embrace. My thoughts have become so apprehensive that they burn through my existence. These eyes are filled with bitter tears and run so freely in a world with probing eyes. The deep wounds of reality cut deep into the soul as the blood of humanity spills with their lies. Pop, 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 the haunting screams that shattered the serenity of life. And in one eternal moment, all came to rest on the broken surface of reality. You were taken away from me before I could realize that you were truly gone. That gun in those merciless hands tore through a mother's womb with ravaged fury. The restless spirit that devours our youth pushes them too quickly into their grave. Will they ever see the light of humanity in the blind rage of civilization? How will a mother's trembling hands wash away the bloodstains of her children? How can I let you go, my son? You are at this moment the dearest to me. We have shared each other's world so long. How will I sever the bond of motherly love that held me so close to your soul? The wings of life have lifted you to the sky. You have become so still and cold, like a frozen rose. But this was not your way. Who has silenced your lips that once spoke so elegantly? I yearn for your awakening in a heart that held you so reverently. Who has the strength to calm this mother's deep anguish? Your childhood laughter echoes from the stillness of your body. Will I ever be able to fill this empty soul? I could see the hands of clock reaching out to me to give comfort to my broken grief. Tick, tock, the rhythm of my heartbeat marches to the steps of your funeral procession. 1 hour to go as I reflect on your first walk. Your first words still whisper in my ears. I turn to look at your face, and the world becomes the voice of cynical laughter. The divine light lifts you with grace, and I give you to the world with prayers hereafter. Your first words, your first day at school, you came home running in these arms with open embrace. Dear Lord, you have robbed me of my total joy. Why so silent, my wholesome dove? They lift the casket onto their shoulders, and my feet sink into the ground. You somehow have become so near to me, but the burden of your stillness is what weighs me down. The funeral is but a moment away, and your casket seems so heavy now. The hands of the clock seem so familiar now. Lowered into the sacred ground, we come to bury the humanity of our nation. In silence, you will sleep under this bed of great earth as I plant the seeds of flowers at your grave. Like a soulful gardener, these hands will nurture the love that you once gave.
Since 2016, Erie Arts and Culture has awarded fellowships to 3 artists in Erie County, 1 emerging, 1 mid-career, and 1 established. Fellows receive a cash award, and they can use this award to invest in their artistic or professional development. These cash awards are funded through the Erie Arts Endowment. I'm thrilled to announce our 2020 Artist Fellows, who are
My full name is Freddy. I usually use my 2 last names, Waman and Mikey. And I am an artist and wood carver, and also as an art conservator. I started since I was 9 years old, so 31 years, yeah, practicing this profession. As I don't come from a family who is a wood carver, it was pretty hard for me to be part of, as an apprentice, into a master carver workshop. So I started as a boy, 9 years old, accepted just cleaning the shop, putting in order the pieces of wood, and just like that. So then after a couple months, the master carver, he just let me use some of his tools, but after some difficulties also into the shop. He gave me a set of, I think, 6 or 7 tools, pretty sharp. And then at some point he came after a couple minutes when he gave me the set, and he came with a hammer and basically just punched the edge of the tools with a hammer. And that was, I think, like my first crazy impression about him, because at that moment I hated him, and then I left the shop. I remember pretty well, and then I didn't come for a week, I think. And then when I came back, the tools were still in the same place, in the same workbench, and then I said, okay, I will start. I want to learn. And he showed me how to sharpen tools, and I think that was some of the best parts in my training since that age, because I learned the principles of carving tools, which is some of the most important things in this profession. That my work is recognized, not just in the United States, but also around the world. And I want my practice, my specialty, to be continued for others, to be influential, and to other artists to continue like wood carving. That's why I'm trying to teach some classical wood carving in Erie, which it is still difficult, but I think I'm doing a pretty good job. I already told him, like, I don't know how many years ago, I told him thank you. I remember that, but if he's already died, but I would say thank you again for everything. Yeah, even when he was pretty hard with me, but I think that was his way of showing me that if you want to learn, you really need to pass this thing. If not, it's not possible. I think it gives you a pretty good understanding of the whole practice as a wood carver, because this is something that you cannot just study anywhere else. You have to do as an apprentice. You have to live with a master carver in my own position, because you need to learn from it. You cannot learn from seeing a video or watching a video or reading a book. There is too much information missing there. I think having someone who shows you but not to teaching you how to do it, I think it's the most important thing in my own perspective.
My name is Ashley Pastori, and I'm an installation artist, printmaker, and papermaker. I'm really attracted to tactile surfaces and objects with a history, and using my hands to make things. And I like creating things that people want to pick up or look at. I want to hold people's interest. And I think that like the discipline of fibers is kind of a zone that really encourages that, because it's kind of like an exploration of materials. Living and working in Erie, Pennsylvania was definitely a choice. My family's from here and I really like this area. I think it's a beautiful place, but it definitely felt kind of like a hard decision to move back here because I knew it would be challenging. I hope to be an artist who's working in this area, kind of bringing things into the current art world. I really think it's important for people to have access to creative space and creative thinking, and I think that this area in particular really needs that. That's why I'm here. Process is super important to my work. I usually don't know exactly what the reason is that I'm making something until I have moved the material I'm using through my body in a way. So I acquired thousands of lottery tickets and I decided to start sewing them together, and I wasn't really sure why. But as I was sewing them, I started thinking about the life of the person who accumulated the lottery tickets and what it means to live the life that they were living, and I realized the concept through processing the material. And I usually like using things that have kind of a history previous to me. Like I don't usually start with like a blank white sheet piece of paper. I like finding collections of things and thinking about why they were collected and then processing it, and it becomes something different and gives people a different perspective. I think a successful piece of art holds the attention of people who are looking at it and hopefully encourages them to hold space for a different perspective. I think that community is our natural state. I think that that's a Barbara Kingsolver quote. And it's a misconception that artists are like these individuals who, you know, like operate alone and they're isolated. I think that that's like something that we maybe thought like artists are one in a million people or something like that. But I think that we all need community, and sharing creative thought and talking with other artists is super helpful for figuring out what you're doing. Working in isolation is really hard, and for anyone, any person, I think. I think that community is also really interesting at this time because, well, I think that a lot of artists are moving into a zone of social practice, which is maybe more directly engaging communities of people. Instead of having to like go to a museum to see artwork, it's kind of coming into the community, which I think is way more successful, and what the purpose of art is supposed to do is kind of reach a broader range of people. My earliest memory of making, I think, is probably drawing. Every time I would go to my grandma's house, she'd have some new like art tool for me to use. Markers or crayons or cool stuff.
My name is Corinne Justine, and I'm a dance and choreographer. Receiving the Emerging Fellowship Award has been so honorable. I have been a dancer for 16 years, and I've been choreographing for almost the same amount of time. I started choreographing solos, I believe, in 6th grade. There was a talent show in my middle school that I really wanted to be part of, so that was the first time that I vividly remember choreographing a solo. The dance community in Erie is very welcoming. I have been a part of different studios, different opportunities, different performances with all kinds of different teachers and dancers as well. I've met so many different people within the dance community that has helped me through my journey, and I'm very, very thankful for. I feel like being a successful artist really comes within yourself. Self-motivation is very, very important. I feel like really being able to push yourself and think about what goals are most important to you and really striving for those goals for your personal growth. Dance as an art form is more important than I think people realize. It really brings all kinds of entertainment communities together. You see people on TV, you see people even on the streets and at parties. It really, really brings people together, whether it be technical, whether it be social. Dance is something that brings people together and really shows who people are as individuals. My first exposure to dance was when I was about 5 years old. I was in the adult choir at my church at Cathedral St. Paul, because I didn't have a kids choir back then, and I really wanted to sing. So we performed at the annual Nutcracker. I was there for dress rehearsal, and I remember sitting there before we were actually performed, watching these dancers on stage, and I was just absolutely mesmerized. I went home and immediately told my mom, I was like, I don't want to sing anymore. I want to do whatever they're doing on stage. So that following summer, like I said, I was about 6 years old, I believe, is when I started dance classes, and I never stopped.
To be buried in Westminster Abbey, you've either got to be a royal or have done something extraordinarily noteworthy. Elizabeth I or Charles II, Chaucer, Sir Isaac Newton, and Charles Darwin, they're all buried at Westminster. English composer Henry Purcell is one of those luminaries also interred in this hallowed church. I have to confess, in my work with the Philharmonic, Purcell's music doesn't factor much in our repertoire except in a piece that borrows a famous tune of his rather conspicuously. So who was this Henry Purcell? Well, for starters, he walked the streets of London just about the same time Johann Sebastian Bach was becoming a teenager. Purcell lived from 1659 to 1695. In his short 36 years on this planet, Purcell wrote scores filled with courtly and peasant dance rhythms and intriguing melodies. He was particularly gifted in setting the right musical tone for stage presentations, including works of Shakespeare. If Purcell were alive today, he might be one of our best-known film composers, like John Williams or James Horner. We are about to play incidental music that he wrote for a play called Abdelazar. We don't remember the play all that much today, but we do remember the famous rondo that Purcell wrote, because Benjamin Britten used it so ingeniously when he wove the tune into his famous 1946 piece for schoolchildren, the young person's guide to the orchestra. That famous melody first appeared in the rondo you will hear in this suite of Purcell's music, all written to go along with a stage production of Abdelazar.
Welcome to the Watson-Kersey Mansion. I'm standing here in our kitchen in our current Griswold exhibit, of which we have 116 pieces out to show. Is that everything that we have in the collection? No, we have about 700. But we're always looking for additional things that are different that we currently don't have. So let's look at a few of the pieces together. The first piece that Selden made, Selden and Griswold was the name of the company, was this hinge. And this is a very rare piece. And if you can see on here, Selden, patent date, February 13th of 1866. And not only was this piece donated to us, but a copy of the original patent as well. And Mr. Selden lived here in Erie, developed this, and that's how Griswold started, not with cookware that we think of today, but with these butt hinges. And the butt factory was located on 10th and Chestnut, and eventually it expanded, and then they moved because they expand so much, and then got into cookware. So this is a very rare piece, and we're really excited to have it. So thank you, Jim, for donating this to us. Other things that and we're not going to get into all the details of all the Griswold that we have because we have so much, but just a couple of odd things that maybe you've never seen before I wanted to show. These irons were made by Griswold, and these are called sad irons. And they're called sad not because you were sad having to lift this heavy iron and use it, but sad is Old English for solid. So these are solid metal. They would be heated on the stove or another heating source, and the wooden handle would come off of it so that while one was heating, you could take one handle and transfer it to the hot iron and iron with that using one handle. But these both have a handle, and they were made by Griswold here in Erie. Some other unusual pieces that we've got. I have one over here, and I love this piece. It's called a bolo oven. It's made out of metal. Bolo means big oven, little oven. So if you were baking on a particular day and you needed additional oven space, you would put this unit either on your wood stove or on your range in the kitchen, which was probably wood or coal-fired, and you could open it up and have your baked goods inside of here, or to be baked, so it'd be cookies or breads. Maybe you want to do a chicken. So you would put this inside and on top, and then you use your other oven on the stove for other things, and this would do the cooking. And some people still use these today, even the antique pieces such as this. The one thing about cast iron, it doesn't go bad if you take care of it. So even this, which is not iron, could be used even now. Griswold not only did iron, but they also did other materials as well. You can see this enamelware piece is quite spectacular. This is cast iron with porcelain overlay, and they came up with various colors that they used. Unfortunately, the light color would get discolored quite often, so they don't look so pretty, and the porcelain would chip. But again, really attractive pieces, and companies are doing this very technique today. A lot of waffle irons, we've got dampers, a lard press, but then I wanted to show our spectacular tea kettles. This one here was cast iron made in the 1880s to 1890s. What I love about this piece is the logo. It's an unusual logo that most people don't see. It's a spider web with the skillet as the spider, and the skillet has the word Erie on it. The aluminum piece is right next to it, and aluminum has been used for centuries, but it was very expensive, so therefore very uncommon. Well, a company called Alcoa in Pittsburgh developed a cheap way to produce aluminum and was looking for ways to expand or to find a market for that product. So Griswold came up with an aluminum tea kettle. It proved very popular, much lighter to use than your heavy cast iron. And so then eventually they expanded to other products as well, frying pans and waffle irons too. In this case, we have this cute bunny rabbit. And this rabbit mold is one of several cake molds that Griswold made. They also made a Santa Claus, and they did a lamb. And one thing you want to be aware, if you are looking to buy a cake mold from Griswold, a lot of reproductions are now being made. And you can tell the real versus the different, or the reproduction, even though they both say Griswold. But whenever you're looking at cast iron, you find a nice smooth finish on the real Griswold, especially on pieces like those little tabs that are sticking out. The reproductions will often be rough, and the lettering doesn't look quite right on the reproductions. This happens to be a real Griswold rabbit mold, and we happen to like it. And then we also have some toys that Griswold came out to, because you got to train the young girls on how to cook like mom, and some spectacular pieces here as well. Now, as curator, every now and then I get questioned, how do you take care of Griswold? How do you keep it in the family? So often, Griswold is passed from generation to generation, and sometimes it's been kept in a basement for a long time, and it's rusty. Or sometimes you get a piece and it's so caked on with different materials that people don't want to use it and they don't know how to clean it. So just a couple of hints on how to manage your cast iron. If the piece is rusty, now this is a beautiful piece we have in our collection, but if it was rusty, I would take a solution of white vinegar and water. So it'd be half white vinegar and half water, and dunk it in for a couple of hours. I check on it. Now the vinegar is an acid. It will eat the iron. It'll eat the rust, but it'll also eat the iron. So you don't want to keep it in that long. You want to keep it in the solution and then pull it out after a few hours and check to see if the rust is loose. Then take a steel wool pad and wipe everything clean. Then you would season the piece. But before we get into seasoning, I'll talk about what if the piece is just full of crud, that heavy black caked on food from years and years. And that's when I get out my lye bucket. Now, I'm not sure if it's sold anymore, but for years you could buy Red Devil lye, and that's for plumbing issues. If you have a clogged something in a sink, you would put the Red Devil in your sink. Well, that's lye, and it'll eat a lot of things away, and it'll eat all the crud. So again, I take a big bucket, about 4 to 5 gallons of water, and put in the lye, mix it up. Don't put your hands in it because it will irritate your hands and it will destroy your clothing. So put rubber gloves on, mix it up, and put your yucky cast iron in it, and let it sit days, weeks, however long you want. It won't rust the piece. Pull it out, check it again, see with your rubber gloves on, see if there's anything loose on here, and then try to wipe it away as much as you can. And if it's not, stick it back in the lye bucket and it'll eat away all of this stuff. So now that you have either a rust-free or a clean piece of Griswold, You want to season it because you want to be able to cook with this and not have the food stick. And the thing to do with that is oil that you're sort of baking on a surface. So what I would do is I dry off the piece after I've cleaned it. I'd put mineral oil on it, a light coating, and let it sit overnight. The next day, I'd turn my oven on to about 400 degrees. I would take Crisco, it's probably the easiest thing, another light coat. I'd wash off the mineral oil. I'd put the Crisco on it, stick it in the oven, 400 to 450 degrees, for about a couple of hours, and shut off the oven and let the piece cool in the oven as it cools off, and then take it out. And you should have a beautiful, clean, usable piece of Griswold. Now I want to cook with it. Again, with the cooking, if you're doing eggs, chicken, whatever you want to make, again, put a little bit of oil, cook, and then you want to clean it. I always put it in the sink, and without scrubbing, but you want to get all the food off of it. So I use a little bit of soap, not much, but I do use a little soap. You can re-oil it if you'd like. I don't always, but then to dry it, I put it on the stovetop, turn on the burner, and let the heat dry it, so therefore it won't rust. And if you do these things, you'll have this piece that you inherited maybe from your grandmother that you'll be able to give to your grandchildren and they can give to their grandchildren. So you can't ruin cast iron. And what I love about Griswold, there are companies that make cast iron today, and they're fine, but the finish is rough on those. If you look, on the Griswold, they're perfectly smooth. They did a beautiful job of polishing these. Therefore, the food can't get stuck in here like some of the more contemporary cast iron that's made. So love your Griswold as much as we do here at the Hagen History Center. Enjoy it and think about the people that came before you that used it and feel good about that. Thanks. Welcome to the Watson Curtsey Mansion's third floor ballroom. We have various rooms off the ballroom, and this is one of them. And we're currently exhibiting the works of George Erickson, otherwise known as Eugene Ivard. Mr. Erickson was an artist and a teacher at Academy High School teaching art. And this is one of his works that he went by the name George Erickson, his real name, A Stream in Winter. We currently have 2 of his paintings in our collection of the impressionistic style that he did under his real name. But what Mr. Erickson did is he also painted a lot for other things in a different style, and he went by the name Eugene Ivard. Let's just talk a little first about Mr. Erickson. He was born in 1893 in St. Paul, Minnesota, but then he moved here to Erie in 1921 after leaving the Army, and then he taught, like I said, at Academy High School. While teaching, he became a freelance artist, and he worked for several companies doing commercial illustrations. So Mr. Erickson was a contemporary of someone by the name of Norman Rockwell, who also painted for different magazines and advertisements. The one thing that people love about Eugene Ivard's work, the freelance artist, is his use of Erie children as his models. So we have a list of all the various young people that he used as models. I think he paid them maybe 50 cents a sitting or 50 cents a day. I don't recall that exactly. But they're very bright, all of his paintings. And they all use children, mainly boys. We're finding mainly boys as models, but there are some girls here as well. And he would do either mock-ups that you're seeing, or he would do a quick oil sketch before he would work on these paintings. And they were in Saturday Evening Post And other magazines of the day, Monarch Foods was one of the big contractors that he worked with. So he would paint the actual painting, then they would take pictures of it and put it for the magazine ads. We have several more of George Erickson's works in our collection, or Eugene Ivard, same person. We just had this small exhibit that was produced by an intern 2 summers ago. He did a terrific job. And the intern picked this as his project to work on because his great uncle was one of these child models. And the great uncle, Jim Dwyer, became a plumber, and the plumbing business is still around today. So we have a picture here of the actual young Jimmy Dwyer, and this little boy here wearing the red sweater happens to be him. So it's a wonderful snapshot of Erie, of youth, of sunshine, of bright, of color, and it's a collection we definitely enjoy having here at the Hagen History Center.
Hey everybody! For our next offering from the Playhouse, I wanted to highlight one of our great programs that we have, which is our youth theater. So we have our main stage performances, which feature our adult performers in, Tony Award-winning musicals and plays, but our youth theater program is really the heart of the Erie Playhouse. We present 3 musicals a year, for kids, by kids, which is a great opportunity for kids to experience being on stage for the first time. And then we also have our more seasoned performers who have been around for a while. But also one of the other great opportunities it provides is we have kids that come on field trips that are able to experience theater for the very first time, which is such a cool experience. And we then sometimes see some of those kids come and join us on stage, which is just awesome. Also throughout the year, we have camps over the summer, and then we have classes throughout the year because we want to make sure that we're providing every opportunity that every child to participate in the performing arts. We want to make sure that there are no boundaries. We want to make sure that we're touching on everything that these kids are interested in, because we know that participating in the performing arts is not always about going on and having a career in it. Although we do have kids that graduate and go on to careers on Broadway and in the arts. But we know that theater teaches empathy. We know that theater teaches self-confidence. And more importantly, we know that theater helps grow a community. The community of kids that we see that develop within our youth theater is astounding, and it's children from all over the county whose paths may never cross. And that's the importance of the youth theater, is bringing our community together. So I would like to showcase one of our amazing youth theater talents, Miss Zainadaris, singing a song from Elf. Enjoy.
With an love with an elf.
Another of Erie Arts and Culture's roles in the community is to fund and advocate for arts and lifelong learning. We accomplish this in part through our Arts and Education Residency Program, administered by our agency on behalf of the Pennsylvania Council on the Arts. Our rostered teaching artists are the heart of the program. Gyang Gising is a rostered teaching artist with Erie Arts and Culture. He's also a former refugee and an accomplished musician. In the summer of 2019, Gyang visited Nepal to film an epic music video, which we will share with you in our next segment.
गोरो मुहर मैच्याङको हेर्दैमा पुर्नेको जुन जस्तो गोरो गोरो मुहर मैच्याङको हेर्दैमा पुर्नेको जुन जस्तो यम्बुको जस्तै थिम्पूको जस्तै घरबारे रहेछ युएसको यम्बुको जस्तै थिम्पूको जस्तै घरबारे रहेछ युएसको
मिठो मिठो बोली च्याङबाको मायाले भरेको मन जस्तो मिठो मिठो बोली च्याङबाको मायाले भरेको मन जस्तो यम्बुको जस्तै थिम्पूको जस्तै घरबाट रहेछ युएसको यम्बुको जस्तै थिम्पूको जस्तै घरबाट रहेछ युएसको
घरबाट रहेछ युएसको मैच्याङको जातै फुल जस्तो मुस्काउँदा झ्याप्पै मात लाग्ने मैच्याङको जातै फुल जस्तो मुस्काउँदा झ्याप्पै मात लाग्ने छुँदामा खेरि दाग लाग्ने जिस्क्याउँदामा बात लाग्ने छुँदामा खेरि दाग लाग्ने जिस्क्याउँदामा बात लाग्ने
च्याङबाको जातै भमरा रस्सो सेर भागे जाने च्याङबाको जातै भमरा रस्सो सेर भागे जाने ओइले रे फुललाई छोडेर फक्रेको फुलमाथि लागि जाने ओइले रे फुललाई छोडेर फक्रेको फुलमाथि लागि जाने पर्दैन च्याङबाको जालैमा बरु नाचिन्छ डम्फुको तालैमा
नपर्ने मैच्याङ चालैमा बरु नाच्छौ डम्फुको तालैमा लासो मानस खोलाको पानी झै साह्रै नै साङ्लो मैच्याङको मन मानस खोलाको पानी झै साह्रै नै साङ्लो मैच्याङको मन मनको गाग्रो भरेर साँचेर राखौँ लाग्ने झन् मनको गाग्रो भरेर साँचेर राखौँ लाग्ने झन्
नाइग्रा फल्सको पानी झै झर झर झर्ने च्याङबाको मन नाइग्रा फल्सको पानी झै झर झर झर्ने च्याङबाको मन सम्हालेर राखेको क्या राम्रो लाग्ने आफ्नोपन सम्हालेर राखेको क्या राम्रो लाग्ने आफ्नोपन पर्दैन च्याङबाको जालैमा बरु नाचिन्छ डम्फुको तालैमा
गोरो मुहार मैच्याङको हेर्दैमा पुर्नेको जुन जस्तो
मिठ मिठ बोली च्याङ्बाको मायाले भरेको मन जस्तो
यम्बुको जस्तै थिम्पूको जस्तै घरबारी रहेछ युएसको
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 घरबारी रहेछ युएसको घरबारी रहेछ युएसको घरबारी रहेछ युएसको घरबारी रहेछ युएसको
Can you tell me what you're building? A marble run? For 25 years, the Experience Children's Museum has provided a safe, family-centered educational experience that inspires creativity, exploration, and imagination through play. How might we get this ball to go slower? What could we do to this whole marble run to get it to go slower? Can you tell me what you're doing?
Making it more flat.
More flat? So you're decreasing the slope this time. Now make children interact with exhibits and programming provided by the Children's Museum. They develop knowledge and skills related to science, technology, engineering, the arts, and mathematics, also known as STEAM. Museum educators are trained to bring those exhibits to life through free value-added programming on a daily basis. In 2019, 2,544 children and their caregivers experienced hands-on learning through our engagement program. How about our yellow scarf?
Yellow.
Woo! You are an expert. Red, orange, and yellow over here in this pile.
STEAM learning is critically necessary in preparing children for future success in a global workforce. Through these unique and engaging STEAM exhibits, ECM encourages problem solving, collaboration, and innovation.
Whoa, can you tell me about what you engineered? I noticed the V you put together, and then I noticed the circle shape. So I noticed I can take this V as the cone, and then this circle shape is the ice cream.
It does look just like ice cream. I love what you engineered.
Thanks.
High five for awesome engineering today.
Thanks.
Education is widely recognized as the key intervention that can break the cycle of poverty. Disproportionate access to learning opportunities outside of school increases the achievement gap amongst peers. Because of this, the museum's role as a community hub who provides equal access to educational experiences through decreased admission rates, free community outreach, and grant-funded school programming is vital.
Let's see what happens if we push this button, if he goes to the left. Did you see what happened? Bebot turned to the left. He didn't move to the left. He just turned right in the square that he was in.
Especially important now, the museum is a resource accessible to all that allows children and their caregivers to connect and simply play together. Through the help of our Erie community, the Children's Museum will continue to support our future leaders.
If we look through that glass at our red light table, what color do you think you're going to see?
Purple.
Purple. Is it true? Go ahead, look.
Yeah. Yep.
better known around here as Danny Boy. The Irish tune from County Derry has seen hundreds, if not thousands, of variations. Whether it's sung over a pint or two at the local pub, crooned at a funeral packed with Irish Americans, or given an elegant concert treatment like the one you are about to hear. The tune of Londonderry Air got its well-known lyrics from the pen of an Englishman named Frederick Weatherly in 1913. Add to this mix one Percy Grainger, an Australian composer and virtuoso pianist, and you have an Irish tune that owes much of its fame here to non-Irishmen. It's really no matter, though, because this tune in this arrangement rarely fails to bring a tear to the eye, particularly to anyone who has a sentimental attachment to Ireland or the Irish people.
Hi, my name is Becky Weiser, and I'm the curator of the Erie County Historical Society, now known as the Hagen History Center. And I'm standing here in the chapel of beautiful St. Patrick's Church here in Erie to talk a little bit about Erie in 1900. The population at that time was about half of what the city is today, about 53,000 people. And the people that were living here were diverse, and it was changing, just like the population of Erie is today. except then it was a little bit different. Prior to the Civil War, the population of the city consisted of people that moved here from the eastern part of the state or from the eastern states, and they moved west to what was the frontier, and that was Erie. Around the Civil War, other people started coming in, and that was mainly the Irish and the Germans. The Irish came and they started this beautiful St. Patrick's Church in about 1853 because the population of the community lived in this area. They also lived around St. Anne's Church on East Avenue. The German population also moved to Erie around the Civil War, and churches such as St. Joseph's and St. John's Lutheran, St. Michael's were all German churches, and that they had services in German and in English, mainly German at that time. It was called the Federal Hill, where St. Joe's and St. John's were. The Irish and the Germans assimilated into American culture by the time of the late 1800s. So they were becoming second and third generation, not so much Irish, not so much German, but just Americans. But at that time, there was another influx of immigrants moving here, the Italians and the Poles in great numbers. Other people, of course, too. So the Italian population, what we know today as Little Italy around St. Paul's Church, that was for that community. The Polish population had their own churches, and they had many. It started with St. Stan's, which grew into Holy Trinity. There was also St. Hedwig's and St. Casimir's. So we had, again, where you wanted to know where the population of the people were, just look to where the churches were. Also by the late 1800s, the African American community was growing quite a bit in Erie, and they were becoming more of a middle class population. Again, the churches reflected where the community was living. So we had Shiloh Baptist, St. James AME Church. Also Immaculate Conception Catholic Church was started in the 1940s by African American Catholics. So Erie was becoming very diverse. Now, why were all these people moving here? Well, jobs. By the late 1800s, early 1900s, manufacturing was huge here, and there was a real demand for a populace of people that were willing to work these very difficult, hard jobs, but it was a start for them. And it was something, an opportunity they did not have in the old country. So they came here and they were excited and they worked hard, strong work ethics, and it helped Erie grow. So much so that our population doubled, and even more than that towards the end of the 1900s. Here at St. Patrick's was the cathedral in Erie before St. Peter's became the cathedral in the late 1800s. That church was started in 1876. I think by 1890 it became the cathedral. So this church has had a very important and long history as a cathedral, as a church, as a place of beauty and worship here in the Erie community. And we're so thrilled to be here today and to admire the organ and the stained glass and the beautiful statues that they have here. So please enjoy this visit.
Hello, I am Mark Alloway, organist and music director at St. Patrick Church here in downtown Erie since 1998. And I would like to share some of the remarkable history of the present St. Patrick Church building. The church we are standing in right now is in fact the third church building. The second was the Pro-Cathedral before St. Peter Cathedral was built. The second building was a concrete block building next door to this current church. The church was designed by William Ginther of Akron, Ohio, who was a very prolific architect at the time. He designed over 80 churches in this region. The church was excavated in 1902. The cornerstone was laid in June of 1903, and the completed church was dedicated August 2nd, 1906, at a cost of $180,000. The church is insured for $16 million, although it would cost $40 million to replicate it today. The Colley father brothers, there were 4 of them, were very instrumental in the building of this church and this parish. They were here for 61 years, from 1893 to 1954, and their family line continued this parish until 1974, where they were leaders here. They were extremely wealthy from oil discovered on their farmland. Monsignor Peter Colley, who was born in Rochester, New York, was from a family of 14 children. After Peter was born, the family moved to Sartwell, Pennsylvania, where his 3 other brothers were born, and there were several religious sisters from the family also. The 4 Colley brothers became priests, and they were here at St. Patrick's Church for the remainder of their lives. The building is very unique. It is one of the architectural landmarks of the city of Erie and the entire Diocese of Erie. It's very unique in the fact that it is not a cruciform shape. Rather, it is a castle appearance. There is no steeple. It was castle-like to remind the people of the castles that they left in Ireland when they came to the United States. St. Patrick's began as an Irish parish, although the art that is in the building was acquired from German artisans. The main altar is 22 tons of solid marble and alabaster from the Boston Hall and Company. It has a strong fortress-like exterior gray granite which came from Maryland. The internal sight lines, there are no internal support pillars, making it very unique. All of the structure is supported through a system in the attic of chains and beams. It also has a sloping forward floor, and this was done intentionally for viewing of the Stations of the Cross and the other beautiful art in the church. And it was rather unique at the time and somewhat controversial because it was not in the shape of a cruciform. But this is what the Colley Fathers wanted for their church. The church is Romanesque. The windows are half circle, and it takes us back to the time of King Ludwig I of Bavaria, the medieval times romanticism of the 19th century. The Franz Mayer Studio, the Royal Ecclesiastical Art Establishment in Munich, also in London and New York City, but the main headquarters in Munich, Germany, which they are still in operation today. They were the main suppliers for stained glass to the Holy See, especially Roman Catholic clients, and they were from the Vatican and Rome. The restoration in 2012 for the 175th anniversary cost $1.4 million. The stained glass was purposely installed to teach biblical stories. The Christ windows are on the west side of the church. The Patrick windows are on the east side, and they are all in the clear story, and those windows are several stories high. The windows being in the clear story are because of the Stations of the Cross, which in fact the church was built around. The stations are 7/8 life-size statues and reliefs, which we also have in the church, several reliefs. They cost $600 back then to purchase, that the families that bought them. Today they are insured for $4.6 million. This is the third set, the superior set, I believe. They were found in 1893 at the Chicago Columbian Exposition at Grant and Jackson Park Midway. And Monsignor Peter Colley saw them and commissioned a set to be built for Erie. There is also an oil canvas behind the stations that display inside and outside the wall of Jerusalem, which makes it very unique. This is the only set in the world remaining that has a canvas backdrop. There were 3 sets. The first set was destroyed during the war. The second set is in Pittsburgh, and the third set is in Erie. But the Erie set, I believe, is the most complete and especially most refined and having the backdrops. We believe that the master artist carved the figures of Christ, and the apprentices carved the other figures. There's approximately 5 figures per station, and the niches were built to prepare for the arrival of the stations when they were purchased and ordered in 1893 before installation. There are 14 Stations of the Cross, 7 per side. The church has an oval dome which provides for superior acoustics. On Sunday, May 28, 1978, we suffered a tragic fire. It was Memorial Day weekend at St. Patrick's Church in Erie. It was electrical in nature. The dome collapsed, and the church was closed for a whole year for reconstruction of the ceiling. There was damage. The pews had to be replaced with a rather modern pew. The windows, luckily there was not damage to the windows or the stations, but the organ did suffer some damage. The church was used for the Erie Chamber Orchestra concerts. We had a passion play for many years, and we also have had organ and choir recitals. After the church was restored, the Conrad Schmidt Studio in Milwaukee, they were the company that we acquired to do the 4-month restoration of the interior. Then the question was for the organ. It had been over 50 years that the organ had major work, and it needed to be attended to. And through the very generous gift of Morgan and Kathy Jaycox, I'm so pleased that we were able to restore our original pipe organ beginning in the year 2018 through a 2-phase process through Organ Supply Industries here in Erie and Heritage Pipe Organs in Buffalo. And it was my great wish and hope that we would use close by firms and companies to complete the work. And this organ will inspire congregants for the next 100 years and beyond. We had the final additions, 2 additions to the pipework to complete the organ tonally. I would like to introduce my friend and colleague, Mr. Brian Tim from Organ Supply Industries in Erie, who will be discussing the amazing pipe organ here at St. Patrick's Church.
Hello, I'm Brian Tim, and I am the Vice President of Organ Supply Industries, who had a small portion of what had to go on here with the reconstruction of the Feldgemacher organ, and worked closely with Mark and Monsignor on its historical preservation. One of the best secrets of Erie, Pennsylvania is a small but critical manufacturing segment that has been devoted to musical instrument manufacturing. As we have explored the art and architecture of St. Patrick's Church here in Erie, one cannot pass up the opportunity to discuss art and manufacturing with A.B. Feldgemacher's Opus 901 standing in the background. It was constructed in 1906, and it still presides over the music program here today. A more thorough history of the region's musical industry has been compiled by Paul Fisher of the Fisher Pipe Organ Company in his published book, Making Music, The History of Organ and Piano in Organ Industries in Erie, Pennsylvania. Opus 901 is a fine example of Erie craftsmanship from the period. Every inch of the 6,300 cubic foot, 14,500 pound instrument has been handcrafted by local artisans, both from 1900 and from modern day. Each one of the 2,506 sound-producing wind-blown pipes in this instrument each represent one handcrafted musical instrument capable of producing only one musical note each. They range in size from over 18 feet long and weigh over 300 pounds each, down to a 1/4 inch long, weighing only a few ounces. They are constructed from wood or hand cast from a lead and tin alloy. Upon completion of the construction of the pipe, each one is sculpted by a voicer who manipulates the wind sheet through each one to produce the desired musical results. These pipes are then grouped together by construction in sets of 61 or 32 to form one rank. A rank of pipes is a set of pipes that possess similar tonal characteristics across the compass of the keyboard. This organ currently contains 42 ranks. The mechanical chassis of the organ, casework, and console were all handcrafted, engineered, and designed by local artisans to match the architecture of the church while providing the functionality demanded by the musicians. All in all, the instrument represents over 12,000 man-hours of construction. The original contract price for this instrument in 1906 would have been between $5,500 and $6,300. The replacement value today for the instrument is in excess of $1.2 million. The importance of this this instrument is that it has been recently reconstructed to serve for the next 100 years, for which the reconstruction cost of the instrument was a fraction of its replacement value. Known as the King of Instruments, for many reasons, it derives its nickname from the ability to mimic other sounds in the orchestra. The fact that such instruments, although each uniquely constructed to match their environment, utilize the entire building in which they are installed to help define their musical voice. Consider this as pianos. Most people know pianos. They come in the forms of uprights or grand, and each of those shapes help to determine the tone of the piano. In this instance, the shape and size of St. Patrick's Church is what helps to serve and enhance and define the unique sound of this pipe organ. It's powered by a 3-horsepower electric blower for the wind supply, and a modern-day switching of the organ is done through a solid-state computer to allow multiple users and preferences at the console while still retaining all of its original sound-producing elements. Not only a visual piece of art in the building, as a musical instrument, it allows a wide range of tonal color through the variation of the construction of the pipework housed within. 2 major pipes of type construction can be seen in any organ. The first is flue pipes. They have no moving parts, and an easy example for their construction of a flue is in the facade of this instrument, actually. Consider them, and it's a bad term, but it is like a big whistle. And in the facade of this instrument, it is flanked by the 16-foot principal and diapason on the grate. Although big and powerful, they're not as booming as one would think. More commonly known is the 8-foot principal on the grate, which is the backbone of any instrument. The second type of pipe construction in organ pipes is that of a reed pipe. That is a pipe that has a vibrating brass tongue held in place against a shallot. The vibration of the tongue produces the pitch, which then is amplified through a resonator on top. These pipes mimic a more brass and reed sound of orchestral instruments such as clarinets, oboes, trumpets, and tubas. As a quick example, I will let you hear the tuba that is recently installed in this instrument. That gives you the reedy quality and some fire behind the instrument. Now, each keyboard on the organ, including the pedal board at my feet, controls a different section of the organ. As you look at the facade of this instrument, the middle keyboard is the grate and the backbone of the instrument, and it is located centrally in the case behind the facade. The lower keyboard is the choir manual, which has stops unto itself, and that is located to the organist's left in an enclosed division that can be made louder and softer by the use of the pedals at the feet. And then the top keyboard is the swell division, which is located to the right of the organist. The pedal division, which makes up a lot of the big bass low tones in the instrument, are sandwiched throughout the organ as space is made available. These can be used in conjunction or they can be used separately. And a quick little demonstration for you on different tonal colors in the organ. Let's do this. A principal tone. And a combination of sounds. Or a lighter reed tone, an 8-foot clarinet. The pedal board can also be used, aside from the low tones. I've picked an example here for you that will have a melody in the pedal line, contrasted by a flute on the manual in the choir division. which of course we will re-record in just a moment. And I'm going to do this without shoes. I'm sorry, I'm making your life difficult. Let me do that one more time. In that example, the pedal board was used for the solo, and there is an accompaniment on the grate which had a tune to itself. Now the center section above the keyboards houses the coupler rail, which allows the organist to combine keyboards together. So resources that can be found on the top manual that normally would not play below it can be used in conjunction. And they can be used in unison, super octaves, sub octaves, transposition. The tonal palette is represented by each of the draw knobs on each side of the keyboard stack. Each keyboard is assigned a name. The grate in this case, the swell is on top, the choir, and the pedal. Each one of those keyboards and its resources are designated in the towers to the left and the right of the keyboards. The buttons under each keyboard represents the combination action of the organ, which the organist can use to set their own combinations of sounds that they choose to use and recall them on demand without having to have someone help them adjust for musical purposes. Those buttons are duplicated down at the toe level, so you can recall if your hands are busy, you can recall it with your feet. And to make a division louder or softer in the organ, each portion of the organ is enclosed in a big box, and there are big louvers, I call them Venetian blinds for most people, that create the illusion that the sound is diminishing. That's controlled by the pedals above the pedal board. We have expression. And then to conclude this brief tour of the organ, I basically want to charge through a hymn with you to see the registrational changes and combinations of the instrument in use. And again, I will urge the fact that all of this was, in the sound producing portions, was manufactured in over 100 years ago. Right here in Erie, Pennsylvania. It has had a few additions in the past reconstruction, and it also had received a new mechanical chassis along with the new console. So I will play us out with an Advent hymn that uses the combinations just to show the tonal changes that one can go through.
Hello again, everybody. Hope you're having fun this evening. For our next offering from the Playhouse, I wanted to highlight some of our really talented volunteers that we have. We're really well known, obviously, for our big musicals, which fits in with our mission to engage and educate and entertain. So I thought it would be great to entertain you a little tonight. So I would like to introduce one of our volunteers, also one of our board members, Mr. Will Stedman, who has been seen on our stage many, many times, accompanied by our incredible musical director, Andrew Rainbow. And they decided to do a little holiday offering for you. So I hope you enjoy them on Oh Holy Night.
Oh, holy night, the stars are brightly shining. It is the night of our dear Savior's birth. Long lay the world in sin and error pining, till he appeared and the soul felt its worth. A thrill of hope, the weary world rejoices, for yonder breaks a new and glorious morn. Fall on your knees. Oh, hear the angel voices. Oh, night divine. Oh, night when Christ was born. Oh, night divine. Oh, night. Oh, night divine. Truly he taught us to love one another. His law is love, and his gospel is peace. Chains shall he break, for the slave is a brother,
Welcome to the Watson Curtsey Mansion. This is the centerpiece of the Erie County Historical Society Hagen History Center campus. It is one of 6 buildings we have on the campus. It dates to 1892. It was built by Harrison Watson, a local industrialist, and he built it in the grand style. Follow me into the foyer, the entrance. This is the grand foyer. It is built to impress when somebody walks in this building. If you pan around the ceiling, the wood, the wallpaper, all is impressive. I like to say that it was built by a millionaire when millionaires actually meant something. It is perhaps the most magnificent mansion on Erie's Millionaires Row, and we use it for a number of reasons. We have exhibits. This first floor is very much looks the way it did when the family lived here, the Watsons, and then the Curtseys, who purchased it from Winifred Watson Griswold in the 20s, and then ultimately gave the building to the school district as a museum in 1941. And besides our Christmas decorations, if you look around, you see the magnificent fireplace, which was meant to impress people when they walked in. The mosaics. Looking up is a little mezzanine where there's a bandstand. And as I said, it's one of 6 buildings. The second floor and the third floor, we have various historic galleries for people. There's over 20 rooms in the mansion, and I'll be turning this over to our events coordinator, Shelby Gremmel, and she will continue the tour.
Thanks, George. All of us here at the Hagen History Center are completely bummed we can't host you all in person for our annual Victorian holidays. But thanks to our generous sponsor, the Erie Federal Credit Union, we will be able to provide a virtual tour ready for you tomorrow on our website listed below. So for now, just enjoy our sneak peek of our virtual Victorian holidays. We can't wait to have you next year.
One of Erie Arts and Culture's role in the community is to preserve and promote diverse cultures. We accomplish this in part through a folk and traditional arts program administered by our agency on behalf of the Pennsylvania Council on the Arts. Esther Ortiz is a piñata artist living and working in Erie, who also is a recent recipient of a folk art apprenticeship grant from the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania. Esther will preserve her cultural tradition by teaching piñata making to her sister. In the next segment, Esther visits the Experience Children's Museum to teach children about the traditional design and role of piñatas in her culture.
Hi, my friends. How are you today? Oh no! How are you today? You're good. That's good to hear. Can you all give me a thumbs up? Oh, that's so good. I hope you're smiling with those masks on today. Good. Well, I have a special guest here with me at the Experience Children's Museum. So thank you for coming and being our audience today. Do you know what some of these things on the stage behind me are? she makes these awesome piñatas. Can you all say hi to Miss Esther?
Hi.
Good job. Miss Esther is from Mexico, and she's going to tell you about how she makes these awesome piñatas. So put your best listening ears on. Oh, good job. Go ahead, Miss Esther.
Hi. Hi, I'm Esther Ortiz. I was born in Mexico. Piñatas are a tradition in Christmas. We have different kind of colors, shapes. When I was little, our piñatas were actually made out of clay pots, which that's kind of dangerous because when we were breaking them, kids were getting hurt. So from there on, people started making them out of balloons, newspaper, and cardboard. So a couple years ago, I started thinking about making piñatas after a trip I took. And from there on, I've been making piñatas. This is my biggest piñata so far. As you can see, I make different kinds. This is more of an ornament, not so much for breaking, but everything else is breakable. These are some of the materials I use for my piñatas, different kind of materials. Also piñatas are very popular in Christmas because of their 7 points. They represent the 7 deadly sins. So kids were taught to promise not to commit any sin, and by that they were rewarded by candy. Now in Mexico, we covered our eyes to break the piñatas, and covering our eyes meant that we were blindly following not to commit the 7 deadly sins and our faith. Like we're blindly following our faith, and that's what the blind represented for us. But today we have a special one for us to break, and hopefully we all have fun doing it. You guys have any questions? Yeah? What's your question? No. Do you guys want to break a piñata today? Yes? There's candy inside the piñata. Who wants candy?
I have a question, Miss Esther.
Yes?
How do you make your piñatas?
I started making my piñatas with balloons and newspaper, and it's called paper mache. After that, I started making figurines because I figured people were more attracted to the figurines than my traditional piñatas. So now I make some of paper mache and some of them with cardboard. It all depends what the customer wants. Okay, hi, so the piñata goes, dale, 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 no pierdas el tino, which is swing it, swing it, swing it, don't lose your chance, okay? So if we just say, dale, 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 no pierdas el tino, or if it's better to say, swing it, swing it, swing it, don't lose your chance.
Can we do it in English first and
Okay.
then in Spanish?
All right, you guys ready?
1, 2, 3.
Swing it, swing it, swing it, don't lose your chance.
In Spanish.
And then,
ready?
okay.
1, 2, 3.
Dale, 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 no pierdas el tino, porque si lo pierdes, pierdes el camino. Now, after the song is done, the next person gets to hit the piñata. So I think we're gonna do it in English. I think it's shorter, so that all the kids can do it. And then as soon as we're done singing, you guys have to stop and then give the stick to the next person. Okay? All right, so we're gonna start with the little one. Here's your stick.
Dakota, are you ready? We're all
So
gonna
you
sing.
have to hit the piñata, okay? Get all the candy out.
Come here. Ready? Come over here, Dakota. Hit it. Ready? You hit the Dakota.
Hit the piñata. You're gonna hit the piñata.
Cookie, right here. You hit it. Ready? Swing it, swing it, swing it. Don't lose your chance.
Located in the historical cultural district of downtown Erie, the Experience Children's Museum is often the first experience young children have learning about our community and the world through culture, health, and history.
Okay,
One of Erie's greatest strengths is its diversity, yet there are too few bridges between the children and families from different backgrounds. New Americans, those from lower income urban neighborhoods, and those from middle upper income suburban neighborhoods. At the Children's Museum, children and families that might never interact because of differences in culture, race, abilities, neighborhoods, and incomes gather under one roof and in unscripted ways play together, share, and learn from each other.
Ready? Let's give it 3 more. Ready? 1, 2, 3.
Add to these unscripted interactions the museum's programs and special events at which local citizens demonstrate talents and share their cultural backgrounds. Included in these events are the annual Multicultural Asia Day, which exposes guests to the languages, customs, and cultures of diverse Asian countries, and the Children's Museum Theater that features local artists, performers, and professionals.
In 2020, with dollars from the Erie Arts Endowment, Erie Arts and Culture provided seed funding to launch the Erie Dance Film Festival. The initiative presents dance to new audiences through dance-based digital media. The 5 teams of choreographers and filmmakers were paired together in the fall of 2020. Throughout the next year, they will choreograph and film original dance for film pieces, which will be presented in the summer of 2021 at the first ever Erie Dance Film Festival. The following teaser features work by the team of Shrelina Ghosh, Solvi Santillano, Matt Torti, and Eric Dye. Keep an eye out for more information about the Erie Dance Film Festival in 2021.
Good evening, everybody. I hope you've been enjoying everything you've seen so far. And for the Playhouse's last presentation, I wanted to show you a big musical number. Now, while I wish that you could see these talented performers live on our stage singing and dancing, unfortunately at this time, it's just not possible. But we know that we will be showing you that again. We know that our doors will open and you will be able to see the great big musicals that you come to love and expect from your Erie Playhouse. But until that time, we're going to keep entertaining you in the safest and best ways we possibly can. So this is from a show that was to close our season, and we know we'll close another season sometime soon, we hope. But this is from a show called Kinky Boots, and it is a number, the final number from that show, called Raise You Up. And I think that it's a really great message and one that really speaks to what our community has been doing for each other during this time. So I thank you, and I hope you have a great holiday season. Good night.
Once I was afraid, but then you came along. You put your faith in me and I was challenged to be strong. When I lost my way, you were there to see me through. Now the Lord, I'll lend some love and do the same for you. Need your fire to take you higher. We'll light you up like a live wire. Celebrate you, to elevate you. When you struggle to stand, we'll take a helping hand. If you hit
don't belong. Here comes Dawn, and Dawn has brought some friends along. When you're stuck inside uncertainty, then the ones you love are gonna set you free. Yeah. Woo!
Feed your fire to take you higher. We'll light you up like a live wire. Celebrate you to elevate you. When you struggle to stand, we'll take a helping hand. If you leave the dust, let me raise you up. When you bubble bust, let me raise you up. If you glitter rust, let me raise you up. If you hit the dust, let me raise you up. When you bubble bust, let me raise you up. If you glitter rust, let me raise you up. Raise up, just me. Raise up, raise you up. With the same Charlie boy, you and me. Just be who you wanna be. Never let them tell you who you ought to be. Just be with dignity. Celebrate yourself triumphantly. You'll see. Just be. Ladies, gentlemen, and those who have yet to make up their minds. Now we've all heard of this 12-step program, have we not? All the steps you can do in 12, we all can do in 6. And it goes like this, come on. 1, pursue the truth. 2, learn something new. 3, accept yourself and don't accept others too. 4, let love shine. 5, let pride be your guide. 6,
You'll change the world if you change your mind.
just be who you wanna be. Never let them tell you who you ought to be. Just be with dignity. Celebrate your life triumphantly. You'll see it's beautiful. You'll see it's beautiful. Just be. You'll see it's beautiful. You'll see it's beautiful. Just be. Just be
Since 1988, through our Arts and Culture Appreciation Awards, Erie Arts and Culture has recognized individuals, organizations, businesses, and foundations in our community that have helped build and sustain Erie's vibrant creative and cultural sectors. Awardees are traditionally honored at Fall for Arts and Culture, an annual fall event hosted by Erie Arts and Culture. Because this year's event was canceled, we celebrate our awardees during tonight's variety show. The Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion Award recognizes and celebrates organizations or individuals that have embraced diversity and inclusion as part of their core values and are committed to producing programs or environments where all persons and perspectives are welcomed and valued. Our 2020 recipient of the Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion Award is the Benedictine Sisters of Erie for their work through St. Benedict Child Development Center and the Inner City Neighborhood Art House.
Greetings. The Benedictine Sisters of Erie are very proud to have been selected to receive the Erie Arts and Culture Diversity, Equity, and Inclusivity Award. This is very dear to our hearts. This is being given in recognition of our work at the St. Benedict Child Development Center and the Inner City Neighborhood Art House. I'm Sister Annette Marshall, Executive Director at the Art House, and
I'm Sister Catherine Horan, the new director at St. Benedict Child Development Center. At St. Benedict Child Development Center, We work with children and families from migrant and seasonal farm workers, bilingual and early language learners from a diversity of cultures. Over the years, Erie Arts and Culture has been an outstanding partner with our center. You have helped us identify new Americans who can become teacher assistants at our center. You have also opened our children's eyes and experiences to the arts, in particular, old songs and new opportunities. The arts are a bridge that connects all cultures and languages as one, and for that, we are grateful.
And at the Neighborhood Art House, we offer classes and experiences in the arts for Erie's inner city children. Our goal is to awaken their own self-expression, their love of the arts, their responsibility for the environment, and an appreciation of all that is beautiful. We've seen children from many cultural backgrounds and of various ages who could never have afforded to take classes in the arts if it were not for supporters like Erie Arts and Culture. It is a privilege to receive this award on behalf of our children and our families. And the Benedictine Sisters thank you from the bottom of our hearts.
The Leadership Award recognizes a business, government, or foundation that has either demonstrated long-term support for arts and culture, significantly integrated arts and culture into their workplace, collaborated with arts and cultural organizations or artists to serve the community, or encourage employees to serve as board members or volunteers with arts and culture organizations. Our 2020 recipient of the Leadership Award is World of Music, a family-owned and operated music store that's been serving northwestern Pennsylvania since 1954.
On behalf of World of Music, thank you, Erie Arts and Culture, for recognizing us as a recipient of the 2020 Leadership Award. World of Music represents the sum of its employees, reaching back a long line to our founders Dick and Dorothy Bowling in the mid-50s. We have never lost our focus, which is the understanding that our business could not exist without our community and our customers. Now, more than ever, we wish the best to all of Erie's businesses and people. We thank you for this honor.
The Applause Award recognizes a dedicated individual who demonstrates a commitment to either service or support of the arts and culture sector by being a volunteer with or donor of an arts and culture organization or an arts and culture related event in the community. Our 2020 recipient of the Applause Award is Tisha Nesbitt for the integral role she played on Erie Arts and Culture's Diversity, Equity, Inclusion Task Force and her efforts to champion artists of color.
In these new days of searching for the familiar, I finally faced the reality that returning is not required, but rather recreating new ventures, new projects, new norms. And creativity, art, is one of the most powerful tools for reinvention. Thomas Merton said that art enables us to both find and lose ourselves at the same time. That enabling condition is the spark for igniting and sustaining the change that our country and our community is inviting, really imploring us to confront. And it is in this spirit that Erie Arts and Culture delivers and coordinates so many projects and programs for the Erie community. I am grateful to receive this award. I thank you for this recognition.
The Imagine Award recognizes an educator or instructor whose efforts have made an outstanding contribution to the community by using arts and culture in an educational setting to inspire and empower their students. Our 2020 recipient of the Imagine Award is Carla Hughes for her work as an educator with Erie's Public Schools, as a teaching artist with Erie Arts and Culture, and as an instructor with Dance Through Music.
So thank you very much to Erie Arts and Culture and to Patrick Fisher for this recognition. I am deeply humbled and personally moved by receiving the Imagine Award. As an educator for the City of Erie School District, I've been teaching for the past 18 years, it seems, the best and the brightest and the upcoming. And I've always tried to focus on being a resource for my students and being someone that could be a stepping stone to help them reach and fill the gap of where they're trying to go. Throughout my life, I grew up at the Littles Dance Studio, where I really got that inkling and that spark to start dance and to start making it a part of my everyday life. After college, living in Pittsburgh and Columbus, I was greatly appreciative and moved to return home, where I've been working with Life Through Dance and Life Through Music, working with the church community here at Second Baptist, and I got my very first start here at St. James AME Church. So I really want to give a special shout out to them for seeing in me what I didn't even know was there at the time. I want to thank my parents and my family for always being a tremendous and a creative support. Whatever I have wanted to do, they have always backed me up, stood beside me, been my biggest cheerleader, and always told me to shoot for the moon so then I would be among the stars. I really hope that I continue as an educator to be someone who can inspire. I really want to continue to create and to begin to share some of my more creative works with the Erie community moving forward. And once again, I just want to thank Erie Arts and Culture for recognizing me as an artist and as an educator. At times, when you're working and you're going through your everyday life, you're unsure as to whether or not what you're doing is really making a difference. And so I truly hope that, along with Erie Arts and Culture and my students and the community, that I have been doing that for you, and I make it my vow now to continue to be that resource for the Erie community. Once again, thank you.
The Bruce Morton Wright Artist of the Year Award recognizes an individual artist of any media who is process-oriented and who has served as an influencer or mentor in Erie's arts and culture community. Our 2020 recipient of the Bruce Morton Wright Artist of the Year Award is John C. Lyons, whose feature-length film, Unearth, premiered in 2020 at the Fantasia Film Festival. John has also mentored young filmmakers as a teaching artist with Erie Arts and Culture and as an educator at Edinburgh University of Pennsylvania.
I want to thank Erie Arts and Culture staff and board for choosing me for this award. I'm a filmmaker, and filmmaking is a collaborative medium. Without Erica Berlin, the Film Society of Northwestern Pennsylvania would not have been able to accomplish everything that it has over the years, and Erie would not be on track to be the city of the $1 million movie. Without Erie Arts and Culture's Holly Nowak, I would have never become a teaching artist. Holly took a chance on me, and every year I look forward to my new assignment and opportunity to work with the young people in our region to introduce them to the tool of film so that they can share their voices with the world. Without Randall McCaslin at Edinburgh University, I never would have got into non-linear editing, and I wouldn't have had the chance to work with a digital video camera and make my first short films.
Through it all, there's always been one amazing, talented artist behind the scenes, encouraging and supporting me, pushing and challenging me, making everything that I do 10 times better, and that's my partner in life, Dorota Spienz. Without Dorota, there would be no Lion's Den Productions, no film at the Erie Art Museum, and our new feature film, Unearth, wouldn't be at the level it is without Dorota and the dozens of Erie-based artists that put their all into making it. I could never have made Unearth anywhere else but here. We essentially made a $5 million independent film for way less, and we won't be the last ones to do so either. There have been many more collaborators who've given me a chance or provided me with the resources needed to enable me to create and entertain. I'd have to spend this entire program just to thank them all. Erie's a great sandbox for people like me, and in recent years I've become more hopeful than ever for our city. The reason's simple: our young people and our creatives. And it's well past time for those in power to give them all a shot for the benefit of our city. Whether it be the women of the Our Erie podcast, the young people of the Green New Deal Coalition and Erie County United, the talent flowing through the Renaissance Center, the generation of self-made downtown business owners, or those of us with the cameras and keyboards telling the stories. With this combination of artists, youth, activists, opportunity, and entrepreneurial spirit, We can build a better Erie together, a sustainable, forward-thinking Erie that celebrates our diversity and gives everyone a seat at the table. One that would have made Bruce Morton Wright proud. I look forward to future collaborations. Thank you.
This year, we also recognize a member of our community with a Lifetime Achievement Award. For his work as an individual artist, an art advocate at the local and state level, and the former director of Bloom Collaborative, this year we honor Lee Stedman with a Lifetime Achievement Award.
It was a great honor and privilege to hear that I won the Lifetime Achievement Award from Erie Arts and Culture this year. I really appreciate it, and just a little bit of my background. I can't get any more local. I was raised on a dairy farm in McCain. Went to Edinburgh University where I learned art. They gave me a great foundation to be an artist, in which I did for 20 some years, still today. That led me to traveling around the world as an artist, doing illustrations for Smithsonian, National Geographic, and things like that. And then after I sort of sowed my wild oats, I came back to the farm, raised a family. It's been a terrific life here in Erie. I painted the farm. I've been to a lot of different exotic places, but I've discovered that once I came home, the everyday exotic that was around me was really what turned me on the most. So I've enjoyed painting my farm and all the lights and seasons that it had to offer. Through Erie Arts and Culture, a number of years ago, I became a community artist, doing artist in residencies for a variety of schools and institutions, which led me to Stairways Behavioral Health, where I've been running Bloom Collaborative for the last 17 years, which is a healing arts center. I want to thank Stairways Behavioral Health for introducing me to populations I'd never had the chance to meet on the farm. I've met so many great people and helped so many people through the years through the arts. It has been a real privilege. Now, this next chapter, which I'm beginning, which is back to a full-time artist and perhaps doing some other partnerships with other nonprofits here in town. I can't wait to start it. And I want to thank Erie Arts and Culture for this terrific award, and it's a real honor. And I want to thank Stairways Behavioral Health again for the privilege of introducing me to folks that have their own story and really needed art in their life. Most of all, I want to thank my family, in particular my wife Lori, who has always had faith in me no matter what, for this award. So it's a lifetime award, but stay tuned. I think there's a lot more coming down the pike. Thanks so much.
Well, today, as we started out talking about giving out the important awards that we normally give out during our annual meeting, but COVID derailed us, so they are for the year, so we'll be giving them out now in December. And this award I'd like to give out is to Pauline Stanton. Pauline has been with us for 10 years. She has degrees in both fine arts and in computer information systems. She is our research assistant. And let me tell you, from well before I ever moved back to Erie and was coming home just to do research, Pauline was always on the spot for us. But most importantly, as an employee, this year that we have been putting in $1 million worth of exhibits, Pauline has been absolutely outstanding in her service throughout COVID, working long hours to make sure that our new exhibits are all the graphics are done properly. interfacing with our exhibit designers and our exhibit fabricators. Just an outstanding job, and in recognition of how outstanding you've been, Pauline, we're going to give you this year our Outstanding Employee Award.
Oh, thank you, George.
So,
Thank you.
and the neat thing about these awards, the tile is from the original kitchen tile when the mansion was renovated. So we mount the awards on a little piece of our history. Pauline, thank you very much.
Thank you,
well
George.
deserved.
Thank you very much,
All
George.
right.
Thank you.
Well, this award is one that I have a particular interest in because it really is from the organization and particularly me making the decision on who really deserves an award for local history. The Historical Society almost 20 years ago presented this with me, so it's always been a special award when I've had the opportunity to give it out. So today we're giving it to Deborah A., or Debbie Lyon as we all know her. She's a public historian extraordinaire. She's been employed by the Erie County Public Library System for over 20 years. She really is the go-to person for anything in the about Erie County history in the Heritage Room. In my years of researching, she's always been very helpful to me, and I've observed so much so for other patrons. Debbie's been published over 200 times in the Erie Daily Times. She has a wonderful blog called Old Time Erie, where she explores important and esoteric things about Erie history. She's active on Facebook, also writing about Erie County history. She wrote a wonderful article for us for our Journal of Erie Studies in 2008 about Wesleyville, her hometown. She received an award from Udacity, a credential ID with high distinction for her work with genealogy. She's published 3 books, Greetings from Wesleyville Volume 2, and Wesleyville PA 100th Anniversary Booklet. All are available currently as ebooks. As I mentioned, Debbie is also a skilled and dedicated genealogist. And besides all this, she is an active advocate in support of the causes of autism and Asperger's. I can't think of anybody more deserving this year for the 2020 Local History Award, Deborah A. Lyon. And Debbie, congratulations.
Thank you. Thank you, George.
And well deserved.
Thank you.
You want to show it to the camera? Well, the next award is a special award. This is Jonathan Burdick. He's a writer and a teacher. Educated at Slippery Rock with an MA in history, close to my own heart. Also, master's in education from Edinburgh in middle and secondary school curriculum and instruction, and his BS in secondary education, also from Edinburgh. Jonathan is a contributing writer to the Erie Reader. He's done that for over 3 years. He covers history, culture, and politics in Erie. He conducts original research and interviews to write articles focusing on the history and the culture of the region. His articles, and quite a few articles, range from sailing on the Niagara to the mystical origins of Erie's iconic pepperoni balls. He's also active on Twitter regarding Erie topics and writes a public history blog titled Rust and Dirt. Jonathan is all about what we now call new media, and that's why we're giving him the Media Award this year, because of his interest in history, his great deal of writing, and his expansion from traditional media sources. We think it is a well-deserved honor this year. And I mentioned he's a teacher. He teaches social studies, English, and mathematics for the Union City Area School District. He's been doing that for 10 years. Teaches courses in U.S. history, world history, military and digital history, economics, psychology, sociology, criminal justice, and math. Obviously, with a small school district, you've got to be pretty nimble. And so we know that he does that well. He also volunteers in the community, including to the Special Olympics. So this year's Media Award from the Erie County Historical Society and Hagen History Center goes to Jonathan Burdick. John,
Thank you so much.
there you go.
Thank you.
And you might want to and a well-deserved honor. I do enjoy reading your columns in the Erie Reader, and keep it up.
Yeah, thank you. I appreciate all you do too.
One of the most important assets that we have here at Erie County Historical Society, the Hagen History Center, are our volunteers. And even though this year has been a year where our volunteer opportunities have been more limited because of COVID, we still have been able to get some really important, vital help from a number of people. And it was a very hard decision how to do Volunteer of the Year this year, so I picked 3. And the first one in line today is Kevin Thomas. Kevin and his wife Beverly have both been outstanding volunteers for us. They have been volunteers since about 2017. At that time, the curatorial department, where Kevin has put most of his time, were piles of furniture and boxes, objects with very little organization. The collection management database was not really very efficient, and there was very little workspace to work. We were honestly overwhelmed with the job. Our curator, Becky Weiser, would impart on the task of getting things organized. It took a full 3 years. Well, Kevin enjoyed reading database manuals. He was able to answer a lot of questions on helping to organize our database, the Past Perfect system. He has vast work experience and was an excellent sounding board for our curator to help put the department in order. Through the years, he's advised, educated, picked and prodded all along for the good of the Historical Society. Our curator says his patience and commitment to come in every Tuesday until the pandemic was something that she could really rely on. Not only has Kevin worked with the curatorial department, but he's helped in our maintenance and facilities as well. He's a talented woodworker, has created the balcony rail in our newest exhibit, Winifred's Bedroom, stained the wood. He is also, in working with Penn State Barron, we had to take down our beech tree last year because of disease. He saved several pieces of the outer branches and has grafted them onto a more sturdy stock, and we're hoping to be able to have a piece of our beech tree back once the stock he's been working on comes back to hopefully life next spring. We highly prize Kevin and have named him Volunteer of the Year. His work ethic, willingness to do whatever it takes to get the job done, friendship to all of us over the years has made the curator's job much more plausible for all the work that had to be done. He's been a great supporter for the organization as such, and personally I have grown to cherish him too as a friend and volunteer. So this Volunteer Year Award goes to Kevin Thomas with our greatest thanks.
George, I tell you thank you, but I would tell you that there's a lot of volunteers in this place and they do a lot of work, and this really represents all their efforts.
Thank you very much, Kevin. This is John Baker. John, who claims to have been born in a log cabin on West 10th Street, actually went to City and Mill Creek Public Schools growing up. He attended Kenyon College and Gannett University and had a year in the Air Force School of Electronics. John had a sales career during his time in the working world, selling everything from yo-yos to computer systems for coal mines. John says all that's minor compared to his last 15 years in retirement. The places he's gone, the people he's met, are a lifetime in and of themselves. Everybody, John says, should be so lucky. Well, today, We're honoring John as Volunteer of the Year for 2020. Since his retirement, John has been the semi-official photographer for both the Erie County Historical Society and Hagen History Center, as well as the Flagship Niagara League. He has shot thousands of pictures for us. In 2020, John played an important role, I'd say a vital role, in furnishing both photos of artifacts and contemporary images of local historic sites for our new exhibit galleries, which we have been building over the course of the last year. His help and dedication, in spite of COVID, showing up when we've needed him and taking marvelous pictures for us, has been a key part of our exhibit development. And so for his time and dedication, John richly deserves this award as Volunteer of the Year. Thank you, John.
Thank you.
And again, these plaques are mounted on original tile from the kitchen that when we did the renovations. So they're not only an award, but a little piece of history. Thank you again, John, for all your help and continuing help.
Thank you.
This is Noelle Burgoyne. The Historical Society is very lucky to have somebody like Noelle as a volunteer. As a matter of fact, I've known Noelle for well over 30 years, back at the time when she was volunteering for the Flagship Niagara League when I was involved there. Noelle is somebody that we count on regularly. She earned her master's degree in English in a teaching fellowship at Case Western Reserve in Cleveland. She taught at Mercyhurst University for 2 years. She finished with 32 years at Academy High School, which of course later became the Northwest Pennsylvania Collegiate Academy. She has volunteered for many organizations, including the Erie County Historical Society, Hagen History Center. She particularly helps us as a proofreader with our grants, our letters, our formal documents, and most especially this year, hundreds upon hundreds of pages of exhibit design that she faithfully proofread for us, sometimes 2 and 3 times. Among her many achievements is she's an emeritus member of the Philharmonic Board. She served on the Erie Phil Board of Directors from 2000 to 2008, Junior Philharmonic Steering Committee, which she was chair for 12 years. She's also been a seasoned subscriber to the Phil since 1968. So you can get an idea of the Phil, the Niagara League, and here she's very broadly based in her interests and her volunteer activities. She also has volunteered on the Villa Maria Academy Board of Trustees, the Dwellings and Advocacy for Women, Women in Need, Gannondale, and the United Way. She has worked with us, Erie Arts and Culture, Energy Care, etc. I can go on and on, but you get the picture. She is a woman of incredible energy and incredible talent. And as I said, this year she really came through for us in the huge stacks, literally, of paperwork that I would give her to proofread for us. She continues to work with Mercyhurst, the Alumni Association, the board of directors there, St. Peter Cathedral Family, of which she's a chairwoman, and her hobbies besides volunteering, including reading British murder mysteries, traveling, and she's been to 6 continents and 60 countries. When I retire, I'd love to catch up to you on that.
Good.
But as I said, I've known Noelle for years. She's a pleasure to be around. She is someone that we can really count on whenever we need the help. And for this, she well deserves the 2020 Volunteer of the Year Award.
Oh, wonderful. Thank you so much. Thank you.
You're welcome and well deserved.
I'm so proud.
Well, that doesn't mean you can retire. We still need you.
I don't retire.
Yeah.
Oh, that is beautiful. This is definitely worth at least one trip a season, probably more than that, so you get a chance to see everything, because it has been redone and everything is just so beautiful and so interesting. The storyboards are so interesting. I know because I proofread them. The exhibits are so interesting. It just really showcases Erie in its best. It's fun helping out for events here because people come in and they're just so astounded at what we have here and how well it's laid out. I enjoy just manning the door for events because people come in and, oh my goodness, this should make Erie proud. I volunteer because I enjoy volunteering, and I tremendously enjoy volunteering here. This place is so beautiful and so rich in background and history and Erie that I just love coming here.
Hi, I'm Jerry Cicchetti, and I'm the Advancement Director here at the Hagen History Center. 2020 has certainly been a unique year for all of us, and that has been the case as well at our campus. Our best plans have been put on hold, and we look forward to welcoming the community to our campus in 2021. And we're ready. We're ready with a new exhibit building, with 3 new exhibits, and an exhibit of national significance, which we think will make us a major tourist attraction. We're ready with the restored Wood Morrison House and 3 new galleries in that building as well. And we're ready with the new permanent exhibit and several temporary exhibits in the beautiful Watson Curtsey Mansion. And you should know the exhibits have been designed by the PRD group out of Virginia. They've designed exhibits for the Smithsonian, and you'll be very impressed when you see them. In addition to all of that, the Hagen History Center is part of downtown Erie's resurgence, and you have an opportunity to make history with us, restoring part of our beautiful city. Become part of this history in the making endeavor with your gift to the Hagen History Center during the 2020 United Arts Fund campaign. This year, your donation is needed now more than ever because of lost revenue due to decreased admissions and the cancellation of fundraising events due to COVID-19. The United Arts Fund has secured a pledge of $125,000 if the 6 partners can raise over $500,000. So your support is greatly appreciated. As the Hagen History Center is one of these assets, please help us secure our share of the matching funds. The Hagen History Center needs to fundraise $1 million a year for its operational budget, and we truly appreciate your support. Your donation will help support student field trips, maintain the campus, and help promote Erie's heritage for current and future generations. You can choose to go online at eriehistory.org or erieartsandculture.org and make your gift. We truly appreciate your support, and we hope you have a wonderful holiday season.
Music is sometimes born out of some rather practical considerations. In Gustav Holst's case, he was a school teacher charged with leading a student orchestra at St. Paul's all-girls school in West London. He taught at St. Paul's from 1905 until his death in 1934. With its fledgling music department, Holst needed to create pieces that would challenge the girls, but also give them something to play proudly in their concerts. Holst would ultimately follow some fascinating musical paths. One would be motivated by a growing fascination with India and Indian culture and folklore. Another would be a fascination with the art of orchestration. What instruments could Holst combine to draw the most color and power out of the full symphony orchestra? This led to his biggest success, the orchestral suite called The Planets. Our next performance, however, is a humble set of pieces written in 1912 for a group of girls just beginning to master the basics of making music and playing together in a string orchestra. This St. Paul's Suite is a far cry from the massive sonic energy he would muster in the planets. But we love it just so for its charms and small delights.
Erie Arts and Culture invests in placemaking and placekeeping. Much of the public art created in our region is either funded in part through our grant-making programs, facilitated by us, or receives consulting direction from us. A plethora of new artwork was installed in publicly accessible spaces this year. In our next segment, we will highlight many of the new pieces of public art that were added to our region's visual landscape in 2020.